Oh. I'm gonna go get my iPad, I forgot.
Thank you.
Hopefully everyone had a good lunch.
Sure did. Yes, ma'am.
As soon as they bring the jurors in, we'll get started. They're ready, here they come. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, say it.
Yes, right.
I see that. Finally got you. Be seated, please. Please be seated.
I hope all of you had a really nice lunch. The weather's awfully nice, so it's good to get out in the sunshine, yeah, walk around a little bit. We're ready to resume jury selection.
Thank you, Judge.
Juror 32. Good. How are you? All right. Full of hope.
Good.
All right. So, okay, you work in landscape as well, correct? All right. And y'all don't work for the same company or anything, do you? All right. And what do you do with the landscape company?
We cut grass,
Mhm.
hedge, whatever we got.
Like all kinds of yard maintenance, stuff like that? Okay. All right. And so how long have you worked in that field?
Last 3 years. Before that, I did air conditioner work.
Okay. So you're fairly young, so does that pretty much encompass all of what you've done as an adult?
Pretty much.
Okay. All right, and I think at some point during this, you've either right now or before have had supervisory duties.
Yeah, I did when I was 17. I was assistant manager of a restaurant, the Pit Barbecue. It's closed down now.
Okay. Did Southern Soul put it out of business?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right. And how many people did you supervise back then?
Probably 5 to 6, just depending on the shift.
Okay. All right. I believe you stated that you know some people who work in law enforcement.
Yes, I have
Okay.
2 cousins.
And do those cousins live in this area?
One does, one used to. He moved back up towards, I think it's Gwinnett or something like that.
Somewhere in the north side of Atlanta? I think that's North Georgia, right? That's what y'all would call it?
Yeah.
I think it really is North Georgia. It's pretty far up there. So your cousin that's here now, is it with Glenn County Police?
GBI.
GBI.
He used to be Glenn County. He's moved his way up.
Okay. And you've also known some people that were in the military.
Yes.
Okay.
I have 2 cousins and an uncle. One was in Air Force. Our cousin was in Air Force. Cousin was in National Guard, and so was my uncle.
All right. Okay. How about the medical field?
Yeah, my cousin was in Air Force. He went as a pediatrician.
Okay. And you also know some people, either yourself or some other people, that have a psychology or psychiatry
I
background.
have a cousin that lives in Tennessee.
Okay. Is he a psychologist or a counselor?
I
Or?
think he's a psychologist.
Okay. Okay. I believe you go to a church or some religious organization here in the area.
New Life Sanctuary.
Okay. Is that in Brunswick?
Yes, it's offset.
All right. Kind of turning to technology and stuff like that. You obviously you're younger. You text message, right? Okay. Do you use any of those other apps like we're talking about Juror 31, like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, all that type of stuff?
Yeah,
And are you on Facebook and Instagram and that type of stuff?
Facebook and Instagram.
Okay. And what do you use those type of things for? Just like family, friends, or like he said, Facebooking?
Yeah, just family, friends, both. Just looking at other stuff. Just a waste of time sometimes.
Okay. You use Craigslist or familiar with Craigslist?
Yes, sir. I've used it for purchase stuff off of there.
All right. Now, I read off a bunch of other things like Reddit and Scout and Kick. You ever heard of any of that stuff?
No, sir.
You were one good segue to this. You were talking about using Facebook sometimes to kill time. What do you do in your free time if you have time? Like, what are your hobbies and things like
I
that?
like to go hunting and fishing.
I believe you answered the question I asked if anybody had ever written an opinion online or submitted an opinion online, something like that.
Might have commented on Facebook. That's about it.
Okay. Now, do you follow the news much?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and kind of how I've asked questions to the other jurors. Is that something where internet, TV, radio? What do you use mostly?
A little bit of everything. I mean, mostly TV. Really.
And would you say you listen to more or watch more TV nationally or locally?
Locally.
You also answered the question about whether you watch legal TV shows. I think you said you watched some fictional and some nonfiction.
Yeah, I watch CSI, Blue Bloods, stuff like that.
Okay. And how about the nonfiction ones, the more reality-based ones? Do you watch any of those?
Not really.
Okay. I think you'd stated you either listen to podcasts or watch documentary or docudramas on criminal or legal issues.
Not too many. I mean, not really. Just
None are there any that stick out in your mind that you remember?
not really.
Okay. All right. All right. I believe you stated that you have volunteered with kids before.
Yeah, my church.
Okay. And what type of volunteer work do you do with the church?
Just with the youth group, or if they have like a fall festival or stuff like that, I'll go help around there, whatever they need to do.
Okay. Let's see. I believe you stated that you've known somebody who's been arrested before or something like that.
Yeah, it's my brother.
Okay.
Probation violation.
Okay. Was that here in Glenn County?
Yes.
I don't want to pry too much, but just generally, what was he accused of doing, if you remember?
I think he got a DUI.
Okay.
Into an accident.
And do you know enough about it to have an opinion as to whether he was treated fairly or not?
Not really.
Okay.
I'll stay out of his business.
Right. I think you also stated that you've had to report something to the police before or give a statement to the police about
yeah,
something.
my house was broken into. Or they tried to break into it. They didn't get into it.
Is this something where you home when this happened?
No, sir, I was gone.
And do you know if they ever caught the suspect? Now, I believe, did you say that you've transported a child to daycare before?
No, no, sir.
Okay, I think I wrote that down by accident because obviously you don't have kids or anything. It's like, that's odd. Huh. Okay, makes sense. But I think, did you say that you've actually heard on the radio some warnings and things like that about making sure you don't leave kids or pets or things like that in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been hearing those things?
Last 5 to 10 years, probably.
Okay. And just one other question. The defense asked you if you'd ever experienced some kind of unexpected trauma or something in your life.
Yes, I've had a good friend that passed away. So
I'm sorry. And was this something that happened while you were there and like witnessed it, or
so I wasn't there.
okay, just something that affected you?
Yeah.
All right, just 1 second. Just making sure, like I added that transport and daycare, I want to make sure I didn't miss something too. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hey, good afternoon. All right, you are single and have no children, right? Yeah. All right, did you grow up in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've told us about one brother. Is it just the two of you?
And I have a sister. I have a younger sister.
Okay. All right, so Facebook and Instagram are the two primary social media
More
that you
Facebook.
use.
I don't really do Instagram. I've done it before. I don't really get on that
Okay. And with Facebook, how often do you check it?
Usually I get on every now and then, you know, every day, a couple minutes maybe.
Okay.
Just depends on what's going on that day, how busy I am.
You're more of a once a day kind of a guy?
Yeah.
Maybe at night or at lunch or something?
At night when I'm through work and off work, just sitting around the house.
Okay. You got any friends that are checking it constantly?
I'm sure I do. I don't, I don't know.
Like, you know, like every time you sit down at a table, they got their phone right there and they're checking it.
I got friends like that.
Okay. That's not you.
No.
All right. And you indicated that you may comment from time to time.
You know, comment on if it's a picture of family or something like that, you know, on Facebook, I might comment on
Hope y'all are doing great. Love the picture. Have fun.
something like that.
Okay. What about liking?
I don't really, not really, I don't really like
Don't do
it.
that?
No.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you post?
If I post anything, it'd be pictures of stuff, you know, of my family or friends, stuff like that.
Okay. What about articles that you've read on other sources?
Yeah, I've posted stuff like that before.
Okay.
Just if it's insurance. article.
All right. What kind of stuff? Or what kind of topics?
Probably sports or, you know, I mean, stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't post that much stuff,
Do you follow a team in particular?
so. I'm a Falcons fan.
You may have a long fall in front of you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and you told us you volunteer at your church, and you mentioned the fall festival. Obviously, it's about that time of year, so that's going to be coming up. But you didn't mention which church it was.
New Life Sanctuary.
New Life Sanctuary. And where is that?
It's off 17, probably, I'd say, going towards Dairy.
Okay. All right, you mentioned your brother was arrested, and you said, I think first you said violation of probation.
Yeah, he went for violation of probation because he got a DUI, but he got out after DUI and he violated his probation, so they picked him up on that.
Okay, so the original case was a DUI,
Yes.
and part of that he was put on probation, and then he got picked up again for violating.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how they say he violated?
I'm not sure. I just know all I know is he got a violation of probation. I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't live with him.
No, sir.
You're not particularly close, or don't keep up with everything that he's doing.
No, I mean, we're kind of close, but we don't keep up with him. Not the last couple of years, we've grown apart. I mean, he does his thing. And I do my thing.
Okay. The news accounts of stories of children left or forgotten in cars. You said you've heard that over the last 5 or 10 years. From what sources did you hear these stories or read these accounts?
On the news.
Okay, TV news.
Yes, sir.
You ever see anything posted on Facebook?
Not that I can recall, man.
Okay. You ever followed up on any of these stories?
No, sir.
And same thing for public service announcements, reminding people to look in their car or not forget a child in the car. Those you've also heard on the TV?
Yes, sir.
What about-
TV and the radio also.
Okay. Are there any in particular that stand out or that you can remember? Okay, you indicated you had a family member or friend who'd had an affair. Is that something you can tell us about?
It was a good friend
How long ago was this?
5, 6 years ago.
Okay. And your friend of the family, it's a man,
Yeah.
and he was married to someone? All right, and he had an affair. All right. You still have any contact with him?
Not recently.
Okay. And is this something that he told you about?
It's something that I heard when it came out. I heard through family.
Okay. But he didn't tell you about it
No.
while it was going on or whatever? Okay. You indicated that you had a friend that passed away. Was that recently?
It's been probably 8-10 years ago.
Okay. But you weren't there at the time.
No.
All right. You answered yes to the question whether or not someone in your family perhaps had experienced the unexpected death of a child. Did you answer yes to that question? Or maybe you had a close friend who had experienced that unexpected death?
My dad lost his brother when he was young.
Okay. And obviously that was at a time when you were not yet born. Okay. All right. I think that's everything I need to get from you right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So, Juror 33, you are retired from the city of Brunswick?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with the city of Brunswick?
I worked there for 27 years.
Mm-hmm.
I started off as a clerk cashier,
Okay.
then I got promoted as a secretary, administrative secretary,
Mm-hmm.
and promoted to a personnel clerk, then a operation manager, and then a customer service manager. In the water department,
Mhm.
and the business license, and in finances. Those are departments that I just throw them on.
All right. And how long ago did you retire from that job?
I retired in 2009.
Okay. So you spent most of your adult life working in that type of field?
Yes, and I, had some part-time positions also.
Okay. And was it also the same type of work?
Well, one of them was with the Cross store as a waitress. And,
Okay.
And then, and the other one was with the Cross store as a manager, also as a turn down supervisor.
Okay. And do you you're a night auditor now, correct? All right. So you talking about supervision and supervising, do you currently supervise people, or are you kind of like your own boss right now?
No, I don't supervise right now.
Okay. Back when you supervised in these other jobs, how many people? What was the most number of people you supervised at one time?
7.
Okay. All right. And I know you had the ability to at least hire. Did you have the ability to hire and fire?
Yes.
I believe you stated you've known somebody who's been in law enforcement before.
Yes. Well, I kind of know quite a few people in law enforcement because I was working for the city.
Right.
And I used to do the orientation and some of that.
Yeah. Like everybody they get hired on, they come in and learn about every part of the county. And okay. All right. Anybody that you're like really good friends with, or family members that are in law enforcement around here or somewhere else? Or is it mostly just from that?
Most of the ones that I knew that was in law enforcement is out now because
Okay.
because they already retired and because
Okay. And I believe you've known somebody or some people who've been in the military before?
yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I had an aunt that was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
She was in the army, and I had, got a brother. He was in the Marines.
Okay. All right. Now, from what I gather, talking to you, asking some questions about technology and social media and phones and stuff, you don't do texting, right?
I do texting, but it'd be very limited.
Okay.
I don't do that much texting.
So maybe you got a family member or something that's younger, and they text you a big long screen, and you just say yes.
My daughter do it all the time.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I saw you kind of roll your eyes. So that's not for you,
By
right?
the time I put something else in, she be gonna call me because I take so slowly.
I understand. All right. Do you go on the internet a lot, or use computers a lot, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do on the
Shoot.
internet quite a bit.
Yeah. I imagine with your job, you use computers and things of that nature. So, and when you're on the internet, what do you use Facebook and that type of stuff?
Yes, I do use Facebook.
Okay. And what do you use Facebook for?
Really just to, some people say being nosy. But
Trying to figure out what your family's doing, friends are doing, because you got three grandkids.
yes.
Okay.
But yeah, I usually be on there to look at what's going on, you
Oh,
know,
mhm.
and put lights on some of the situations and stuff that might come up that I'm interested in.
Okay. Just kind of go gather information.
Yeah.
But you don't use Instagram. Have you ever heard of Kick or Scout or any of that stuff?
None of that stuff.
Okay. I think you have had well, first of all, when you have, I know one of the jurors was talking about it's good for killing time, sometimes use Facebook. When you have some downtime, what do you like to do as a hobby or something like that?
Got quite a few hobbies.
Okay, tell me about it.
I make jewelry.
Okay.
And I do photography. And I like ping pong and I like tennis.
Oh, you like ping pong?
I like ping pong.
Okay. You good at ping pong? It sounds like.
Very good.
That's. I'm scared right now. I'm not challenging you. So, all right. We have a ping pong table too. I can beat my 9-year-old, but I won't play with anybody else. I like to stay the champion.
You'll be able to beat me.
All right. I gathered that. I know you. Well, are you a sports fan?
No.
No.
Well, tennis. That's it.
Okay.
Tennis only.
All right. I was just asking because the prior juror is a Falcons fan.
Oh, okay.
And so Mr. Evans and I are huge Falcons fans, and you don't find many of those in Atlanta. Almost everybody's a transplant because I'm born in Atlanta and around that area, and we came down here on Sunday, could not find the Falcons game anywhere. It's the Jaguars. So if I get to any of y'all and y'all can tell me how I can find the Falcons game without having to leave the house, let me know, please, because it was pretty irritating. You've had the opportunity to take care of somebody before that's been either disabled or special needs or sick or something like that. Tell me about that.
Well, my father, my stepfather, we had to take care of him because he had heart failure. And I just used to, he used to stay over on the island, Staten Island, and I used to have to go over there every so often and then bring him over here to the doctor and sit with him.
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
minute. Then I also sit with, with this other person, he got Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
I just visit him every so often just to see how he's doing and maybe take him out to lunch or something.
Okay. And I believe you stated that you have you've transported a child to daycare before.
My grandkids.
Okay. And are they local? They live around here?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are they? I know you got 3 of them, right?
One is 10, one is 8, and one is 6.
Okay. All right. I think that may be all I have. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Miss, it's H, right? So you have the 3 grandkids, and how often do you get to see them?
Probably about 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay. Right, and at 6, 8, and 10, none of them are in car seats or boosters anymore, are they?
The 6-year-old is in a booster.
Okay. All right. When they were younger, a few years ago, and you had to have a car seat to drive them around, did you have a car seat just for your car,
Yes.
or car seats for your car?
I used to keep it in the trunk, and then when they come, I put it out.
Buckle it in.
But each one of them had a car seat.
Okay. Did you have any habit or pattern or procedure you went through to make sure they weren't forgotten in the back, such as leaving a shoe or leaving anything in the back of the car?
No,
Did not. Have you ever heard of anybody doing that?
what, leaving them in the car?
Leaving something in the back seat as a reminder not to leave a child, not to forget a child. You ever heard of anybody doing that?
No, I hadn't heard anybody do
Okay. You, I take it you have a ping pong table?
that. I need one.
Oh, you don't have one. You need one.
I usually go places to play it, but I don't want to play it.
Well, none of us play, but we watch the heck out of some ping pong on the internet. The funniest volleys or the best volleys. Have you ever done that? Look that up. Where they're diving all over the place, sliding under the table. It's hilarious. All right, you did not answer a whole bunch of questions for us. Guess I just did not ask the right questions. I think one of the few that you answered was that you knew someone who'd had an affair. Is that something you can tell us about?
Oh, I guess I do know somebody. It was a friend of mine. Her husband had an affair.
Okay. All right. And she's still your friend?
Yes.
All right. And are they still married?
They saw that legally separated.
Okay. And did you know him independent from her? The husband, that is?
As far as.
No, or did you know him? Did you ever meet him, or she
Oh,
was?
yeah, I knew him.
Okay. I think that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
All right, Juror 34. You play ping pong? Okay. You're going to lie to me right now after that, right? Like, I'm not going to play her. Okay, so you are a sales associate at the convention center?
I work at the convention center and I also work at Belk's.
Okay, so you're sales associate at Belk's. Is it plural?
Yeah.
Okay, I should know. That's where all my clothes came from growing up. So, and the convention center, is that on?
I do housekeeping there.
Okay, and is it the one over on Jekyll?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. And how long have you worked over at the convention center?
Year and a half.
Okay, and how long have you worked as a sales associate, either at Belk's or other
For about a
places?
month.
Okay, and what work have you done over your career before these jobs?
Mainly in collections.
Okay. Did you work for like a collections company or? Okay. And what was your job? Was it like placing the calls for collections? All right. That can be a thankless job sometimes, can't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to call and ask people for money. But you get all kinds of excuses too. All right. And your husband also works in landscaping.
Yes.
It's like we got a lot of landscapers here in this county, so good business with all the, I guess, the golf courses and things like that. So, does he work in any type of particular landscaping or just general?
Just general.
You have a 19 and a 14-year-old, so I was going to ask you, what do you like to do in your free time? Do you have any free time?
I have some free time when my son goes to his dad's.
Okay.
Go to the beach.
Okay. All right. So, let's see. You didn't answer much of the military, law enforcement, all that stuff. So, kind of get down to the whole technology part of it. You text message,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And as far as messaging on your phone, other than that, I believe you use cell applications. You use Facebook Messenger.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other apps like that you use? All right. And as far as social media goes, what type of social media do you use?
Just Facebook.
Okay. And follow up like I've asked everybody else. What do you use it for?
Just for family and friends and my kids.
Okay. Okay. Are you a big follower of the news, or do you keep up with it, or?
My mother-in-law takes care of that.
Okay, so she tells you what's going on in the world. Okay. I'm going to guess that she has some opinions.
Not really.
Oh, really? She's just telling about what's going on?
She just tells us.
Okay. Okay. You didn't answer that you watch any legal TV shows or anything like that? Or?
I watch the ID channel.
Okay. All right.
I like Joe Kenda with Homicide.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Okay. And you said that I believe you raised your hand when talking about docudramas or documentaries involving criminal cases.
I watch the Casey
Mhm.
Anthony and the
Manson.
Charles Manson
Mhm.
story.
I believe you've actually had to report something to the police before, or do a police report or make a statement. I write that down by accident.
You must have.
Good. Not like a car accident or anything like that. Okay. All right. Now you've got a 19-year-old and a 14-year-old, so obviously you've had to transport children before,
Yes.
transport them to daycare, things of that nature. Okay. All right. Did you answer the question about an affair, knowing somebody that's had an affair before?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you names or anything like that. Is it somebody that you were really close to that did that? Okay. Now, is this something where it was like a one-time thing, like they had an affair with somebody else? Or is this, okay. So it wasn't like somebody who was cheating on their significant other with a bunch of people and carrying on internet conversations
No,
with
no.
nothing like that. Okay. Okay. All right. Just one second. That's all I have. Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
thanks.
I didn't do it.
All right, I know that at home I get the ID channel, but I'm not real sure what that is or what is on it. What kind of shows are on that channel?
Just murder mysteries.
Somebody went to check. Lord knows what they're gonna find.
Yeah.
All right, and you said you watch a show called,
Lieutenant Joe Kenda.
Joe Kenda.
He does some of the homicide murders.
Okay.
Solves the cases.
Joe Kenda.
Mm-hmm.
What is it you like about watching those type of
I
shows?
just like how he solves the crimes and all. Nothing particular.
All right, and then you indicated that you had watched the, or followed some coverage on the Casey Anthony case.
Yes.
Were you watching the trial each and every day?
Oh, no, not every day. Just bits and pieces.
Just kind of following what, maybe at the end of the day, maybe the summaries or
Right.
whatever?
Yes.
Right. Were you watching the commentary shows where other lawyers would comment about the trial? Okay. Were you watching the morning shows like Good Morning America or weren't watching that? Okay. And was there anything in particular about that case that drew your interest and made you sort of keep up with it?
It just made me wonder, what happened to the little girl.
Mhm.
That's it.
Did you ever do any follow-up? Did you ever get on the internet and look anything up and follow up on any of the information that you heard through the case? Told Mr. Boring that you had known people, or at least someone who'd had an affair.
Yes.
Who was that? Is that somebody you can tell us who they are? Don't tell me their name, just generally. Is that a friend or a family member?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. All right. Can you tell me if that's somebody, though, that you still have contact with, or you still
Yes.
have a relationship with? Are you originally from this area,
From Camden.
Camden County? I believe that you raised your hand when asked if you or anyone in your family had to hire an attorney.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that was for?
A divorce attorney.
All right, was that for you or your current spouse or?
For me and my ex-husband.
Okay. All right, you mentioned that sometimes you have some free time when your child is at her father's,
And his father's, yes.
at his father's?
Mhm.
All right, you have two children?
I have 2 children.
All right. They have the same dad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so both children go to dad's house at the same time?
My daughter, she doesn't go to her dad's, but my son does every other weekend.
All right, how old is the son?
14,
Okay. And how old's your daughter?
19.
So you're the primary caregiver for the son who lives with you?
Yes.
Daughter doesn't live with you anymore? Okay. And where does dad live?
He lives in Camden.
In Camden County?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, and you've subsequently remarried then?
Yes.
All right. And you don't have any children with your current husband? Does he have any other younger children that live in the house with you? No? Okay. That's all I've got.
All right. Juror 35, good afternoon. All right, you raised your hand several more times than the last couple, so we may be a minute longer. It's your fault, not mine. Okay. You're a minister and you do engine repair, is that correct?
We're electronic repair for pro audio, like sound systems like in here.
Okay.
And then just 2 weeks ago, we picked up small engine repair, which is
Okay.
lawnmowers, chainsaws, and motorcycles.
All right. So you work on audio visual stuff?
Not visual,
Just audio? Okay.
I'm an authorized service center for about 30 or 40 companies out there that do the sound, like microphones and all that stuff in here.
Okay, great. And I guess you're pretty handy too. Do you work on the motorcycles you drive?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Now, I believe you stated that you know an attorney?
I have Grace Skelton that works in, actually retired in Cobb County, and John
Yeah.
Skelton that's with, she helped in Blackstone, I believe it's with.
John Skelton. It's the same John we're talking about. He's in Cobb County too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And how do you know them?
Gray is my mama's first cousin. I guess that's my second cousin. And then John's his son, so that's
Yeah.
second or third. However that works, I don't know. I gave up with it.
All right. Okay. Do you talk to them very often?
I talked to John. We lost our home last year, and I talked to John via email
Mm-hmm.
on the legal matters.
I got you.
We ended up getting it back, so it just kind of fell apart. So.
I got you.
I
Okay.
don't, but no, I don't. I talk to his sister a lot up
Okay.
in Virginia, but that's
Mhm.
about it.
All right. And I believe you stated you know some people who work in the court system. Was it John, or are you talking about people here in Brunswick or in Glenn County?
I think I was just talking about them.
Okay. Now, you stated, have you ever worked in any business other than doing the audio work and like engine repair and the ministering? Have you ever done something else?
I've been doing this for 18 years. Prior to that, and what got me down here, I came from it. I'm not from Atlanta, but I went to school at DeVry in Decatur.
Yeah.
And moved down here and went to work for a Motorola service center doing pagers for
Okay.
about 6 years.
I noticed outside they had a notice saying don't bring pagers in the
I
courthouse.
don't even think I have pagers anywhere anymore.
Yeah. Well,
I ain't working anymore. So.
maybe they need to update the sign. Okay, so you've had that experience as well. During one of your jobs, I know you stated that you've had some supervisory duties and things like that. Tell me about that. Like which jobs and how many people have you supervised?
Well, in my business, I've supervised several people over the years. Now, the only person I supervise now is my wife, and I can't really to say that works out that way.
I would not term it that way. Just a piece of advice,
Yeah.
having learned through experience.
But I also work for my church, and I'm the media director.
Okay.
Not social media. I do video streaming like this guy back here does, and I've had up to 18 people that I've supervised over at one time.
All right. And how big is your church?
80 to 100. We just started it. We formed it almost 9 years ago.
Okay. And on some of these occasions during the jobs where you've hired or supervised, you've had the ability to hire and fire.
We don't do that. It's church.
Well, I'm not necessarily in that. I mean, in the other.
ones, yes, but
Yes. No. I'm sure you don't fire anybody from the church.
No, we beg all the time for people to church.
Yes.
No, and I've hired them at my shop, but the people I end up hiring are the kind of people that's fixing to go off to college and they travel to Atlanta and you can't use them anymore. So I've never had to fire them; they just left.
I got you. And you know some people in law enforcement?
Yeah, I know Neil Jump, who's the sheriff here.
Okay. How do you know Sheriff Jump?
We went to church together.
Okay.
And I've since left that church, and I'm not sure if he goes to that church anymore. And then Joe Owens used to be a deputy sheriff here, who's now with the county school system.
Okay.
As a police officer.
And you've also known some people that have been in the military?
Yeah. I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was in the military, but I was a bookworm. I didn't really like that stuff. And in '83, they allowed you to get back out. And so I took that option and got back out. But my brother served 20 years and retired, and that is now working for another military branch, Lockheed Martin, but it's a military portion of it. He trained.
So is he up in Cobb or is he in
No, he's
D.C.?
actually in Melbourne, Florida.
Oh, okay.
And he travels out to Arizona and teaches back every 2 weeks. So
Okay. And what branch was he in?
he's in the Army.
Okay. And what were you in for your abbreviated time? Okay.
Military police.
And how long?
Well, they couldn't fill the group, so they had to keep waiting to bring people in. So I was actually in there about 6 or 8 weeks, but never made boot camp.
Okay.
They never started it.
Just kind of in a holding pattern.
It was a nightmare because you hurry up and wait type. Sort of like what we've experienced this week. So
For the record, you're saying this is a nightmare.
no, we passed nightmare Tuesday.
Okay. You've known somebody that's had some legal training or legal background. Was that the skeletons you were talking about? Okay. And you know some people that have a medical background?
My sister's an RN over in Columbus, Georgia. She's the head nurse on one of the floors, and my cousin is out in Denver. And she used to be a baby nurse, baby, but now they've moved her into administration, so I'm not really sure what she does.
And you've also known some people that have had psychology background, training, education, or
No.
psychiatry or counseling?
Yes, counseling, but
Yeah.
it's not. I have to really. That's something I need to talk to y'all private.
Okay. And I've already got, I know we talked about some neuroscience stuff we're going to talk about in
Yeah,
private, so
that's
I'll
all the same thing.
okay, I'll mark that down then. Thank you. And you also know people who work with computers and technology?
Yeah, I'm an IT guy.
Okay.
Computers. I can work my way through Drive, selling and fixing computers.
All right. Do you like to do computer programming and stuff like that?
I'm
Or?
actually learning C++ now as we talk about it, but I ain't very good at it yet. So
All
I
right.
got some designs to do with video cameras that run across the ceiling,
Mhm.
and it requires programming. Might as well learn it myself instead of hiring somebody.
Right. And I believe you stated you're part of the, as far we talked about fraternal organizations, community service. You're in, you kind of gave us a little bit of an explanation, but you're in a motorcycle group.
Motorcycle Association, which we ride with the outlaws, the Hells Angels, people like that, and we witness not as going up and speaking about Jesus, but what our lifestyle's like and help them out.
Right.
So that's basically what we do.
Okay, great. Kind of on that, going back to the technology angle, social media, phones, things like that. You use text messaging.
Yeah, I text or I call anybody.
Right. And do you use any of these cell phone applications like Facebook Messenger?
Messages all I use.
Now, as far as social media like Instagram and all those things, are you active on Facebook and things like that?
I look at Facebook twice a day, once in the morning, once at night, because a lot of people contact my company through that. I got a lot of musicians that's through this thing.
Okay.
I also do I got a site on what you call a page on there that I do little mini service things I've gone through. And
Okay.
success I've made through. I post up there to help other people get through it, say that there is hope on the other side.
Okay, great. And you've used Craigslist before?
I think I looked up something one time before. It was not like eBay, and I said I don't want to mess with it. So I just said, yeah, I need to look at pictures, and there's no really pictures on Craigslist. So set it back down.
Okay. Okay. I asked a question. I think you'd raised your hand for an explanation on it. I asked a question. Have you ever talked with somebody or messaged somebody that you've never met in person before while you're on a chat room or the internet or something?
Well, I get on forums.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're doing motorcycle mechanicing, sometimes you just kind of get stuck. And so I'll leave a question, and there's a bunch of people that can answer it. But we're in a certain forum on there. I also, with my business, since we're the authorized service center of so many people, and we're the only one in the Southeast, I get a lot of people from all over. I mean, it depends on what company I'm with. I was with Brand Corporation. And I was the only service center on the East Coast.
Oh, wow.
So everybody would send me emails. I had no clue who they were, so I communicate with people all the time through emails and stuff.
And like those forums, obviously, it's not just some random thing. You have to have some interest and go into that forum to want to discuss this specific topic.
Yes, I don't do any chat rooms or anything like that.
Right.
I don't have time for that.
Right. You, I believe you say that you've taken part in some kind of blog, but I think you explained it. It's Facebook, like.
Facebook. Yes, that sermon thing I was talking about.
Yes, sir. Now, you also watched some type of legal TV shows or something?
Well, I used to. I don't watch them anymore, but I used to be big on NCIS until Tony left, and I said, forget it, I don't want to see anymore.
Just ruined it for you?
It messed me up.
Okay. You volunteered with children before? Is this part of with the church or something different?
No, we had in March this year a lady that was kind of homeless,
Mm-hmm.
and she had a two-year-old and a 5-year-old, and we offered a room. I have a little building off the side, and she came down, and we didn't actually keep the children, but we interacted with them, and I was the only driver. My wife doesn't drive, and that lady didn't drive either. So
Okay.
I had a crash course in kids at 51 years old, and that was a nightmare in itself. So
That's pretty noble of you.
I didn't answer anything about the car seats yesterday, the other day, because I forgot about it. But I did have to carry the little girl around in the car seat.
And what type of car did you drive?
I drive a 95 Crown Vic.
You get mistaken for the police sometimes?
It looks like it.
People start slowing down when you go by?
I've never seen a cop car that's that color, so I guess I wouldn't have any problem.
Okay.
When I was a volunteer fireman, people kind of pulled over, but they had lightning.
All right. You said you've known somebody who's been arrested for something before.
I was arrested.
Sorry about that. Is that something you want to talk?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
A guy across the street from me, where I lived in Hartwell, Georgia, had squirrels in his attic, and he asked me, because my yard had full of pecan trees, he
Right.
said, "Can you shoot off the squirrels?" And I said, "Sure." So as I sat out in my front yard, detailing my car, a squirrel would come up, I'd go up and pop it to 22.
Right.
Next thing I know, I got the cops in my yard. And they said, somebody's called in and said, "You're shooting firearms." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm killing squirrels out of the tree." I told him who it was, and they said, "Well, that's the guy that called you." The guy who set me up called me in. So Hart was a little town. I mean,
Yeah.
tiny town.
Right.
And I knew all the police officers, and my grandparents were real big in that town. My great-grandfather was actually the DA in that town for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even get to go into the jail. I actually asked him, "Can I go in there and sit in the jail for just a second, just to see what it felt like?" Because I'd never been in there. And then we went to court.
Juror 25 is getting a real kick out of this, by the way. Yeah.
When I went to court, they took, one of our friends was there, it's a lawyer, and he told me to file, I can't remember, it's
Nolo?
Nolo, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And I did that, that's the last I heard of it, and they gave me my 22 back, and that was the end of it. So it's kind of been a funny story to me, but
What did they charge you with?
shooting a firearm in the city limits.
So it must have been like a county ordinance or a misdemeanor or something like that.
Yeah.
Some kind
The crazy thing about Hartwell is where I was at, it was kind of county.
Mm-hmm.
We all shot, everybody shot guns down in that area. You could just walk through the woods and go deer hunting. The lake was right down below that, go fishing.
Right. Wow.
Sorry.
No, that's entertaining. Yeah, I mean, it's you have a lot. There's a lot of serious stuff we're talking about in this, so it's good to have moments of levity sometimes to kind of keep everybody on the even keel. I know you've made a report to police before, or had to call the police about something.
Well, I didn't have to call the police. My mentor, and I'm a counselor,
Mm-hmm.
and my mentor that taught me all the counseling through the group that I go through was out telling me some things, and he left, and I realized his back light was out, so I tried to pull over to catch him, and he was coming this way, and I was going that way, and he was looking into the woods for something, and I thought he was joking and just gonna pull up and smash right in the side of my car, so we had to call the cops. And that just happened a couple of years ago, and I'm still not got my car right yet, but it's there.
All right. Okay, you told us about your family in Cobb County. Anybody other than the Skeltons that are up there?
Swanee, where's that at? Okay.
That's Gwinnett County. It's like North Gwinnett County.
I've got cousins up there. I just don't know where all they live.
Okay. All right, and you've known somebody who's done online dating before, I believe?
Yes, my wife's aunt did dating with a guy from Germany, and they actually got together and got married.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, it wasn't something like the person when they met. They weren't married when they met online and then got divorced and then.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have right now. We'll talk to you about that other issue in private. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hey, what is the name of your church?
It's North Island Church.
North Island Church?
Yes, sir. It's a church above the low coast on the islands in Shopton, Denver.
On the second story?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have that whole if you get off the elevator, the whole complex is top of the
Yeah.
island.
You okay?
Me? Him or her?
You about got whacked. All right. Y'all play nice.
Okay, enough.
Okay. You had mentioned that you and your wife were ministers, and do I take it that are y'all ordained through the church?
No, sir. We're not even a church. What we are is electronic repair and small engine repair. And what we do is it's called Sow and Seed is the name of our company. And what we do is we bring in money and we give to the poor. We're never going to be a 501c3, a nonprofit,
Right.
because I can actually do more about paying taxes than I can with the other way. So we're just a business that's a ministry, and we help people who are in need. Right now, we're in pretty much in need, but that's what we do. So,
Okay. That's y'all's ministry. Your business is your ministry.
sir.
Your business is your ministry.
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that how you ended up helping this this homeless
Yes.
lady we're talking about?
Yes.
And she had some children,
Yes, sir.
and y'all took the children in as well?
We had the lady and the two kids.
Mhm.
It was really a screwed up situation because they had a boyfriend and another kid that would live out of state and then come down and visit and then change up the kids, and then that kid would go back, and it was really goofy. But at one given time, we'd have her and the two kids. I don't know, one was one, the other was 2, and the other one was 6 by the time he left.
And so that would have been, is that the only real experience you've had sort of living with and dealing with children?
Yes,
Because y'all don't have children of
no,
your
sir.
own. Okay.
One of them we just ain't got him yet, so.
Does your wife, are you either one help in the nursery or children's department at church? Do not? I know your church is a small church, but do you have that? Do you have a children's ministry
Oh, yeah,
there?
we got it's actually the largest ministry in our church is the children's church.
Okay. You, your first cousin's with Gray Skelton,
Yes, sir.
and you
No,
know,
no, first cousin, he's second cousin.
he'd be your second.
Does that work?
He's one of your parents' first cousins. That's what you said.
Yeah, my mom's first cousin.
Your mom's first cousin. All right. Obviously, we know the Skeltons being from Cobb County. Whether you see them on any regular basis or not, have they contacted you, or have you told them that you're down here in jury service on this
No,
case?
I haven't talked. John, which is his son, I hadn't talked to him. I didn't even talk to him. It was just email
Okay.
over a year ago. Well, August of last year is the last time I did some. Or maybe no, excuse me, it wasn't. It was March of last year, and I haven't chatted with Gray in. You know, I was asking I never knew his dad. I wanted to find out about his dad, and that was probably a year ago, and he never really wrote me back. So.
You know the sheriff here through your former church.
Yes, sir.
I take it then that y'all aren't close personal friends where you might feel some sort of conflict by serving on this year.
No. I've just known Neil for 18, 19 years now, just because we were in the same church. We see each other, we know each other, or even actually give each other hugs, but that's about as far as it goes.
And your business is dependent to some extent on the internet and Facebook in particular. You telling us you check a couple of times a day.
Yes, sir.
That's how customers can reach you.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever post anything yourself, photographs or articles, or
Rare. I mean, it's really rare. I just don't have time for Facebook. It's just so you can get stuck on that for days if you're not.
years?
Yeah, really. I mean, it's worse than YouTube. But no, I'll find an article, but it's generally a Christian-based article. So I don't do anything that's secular at all toward anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, what I'm really interested in is this. Are you getting any news?
No, sir. No, I don't do news. I don't do politics. I'm ready to shut down Facebook altogether because of the presidential thing. I'm sick of the bashing everything everybody's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Christians is doing it, and we're spoken not to do it. So I don't do any news, nothing. I never do news.
Okay.
My wife likes it, but I don't like it.
Daily newspapers?
No.
You do not take a daily newspaper?
No.
Do y'all have cable or watch any news on
We don't
television?
have it. The only thing I have is internet. We shut down cable 20 years ago.
It's interesting. I mean, as many jurors as we talk to from time to time, it's interesting how many people have just given it up altogether, cold turkey.
Well, it's trash. I mean, there's so much junk on there. And you know, nowadays, if you want to watch a program, you can, instead of watch like NCIS, you don't have to watch it on Tuesday night when it came over.
Right.
You can watch it on Wednesday night on the internet.
Right.
Why pay for it?
Okay. And another ministry that you're involved in is your motorcycle group.
Yes.
And we have one at Roswell Street Baptist Church where we go. But I didn't hear the name. You said Christian Motorcycle Association?
Christian Motorcyclist Association.
Motorcyclists Association. And so do you do rides with that group?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I did. My bike I lost my bike about 2 weeks ago. Right before the big storm, we lost the bike. So I got another one that's got to rebuild it and get back on the road.
What, you mean you laid it down or something?
No, a year ago, right after we lost the house, a guy came. I have a VN 750, and me and my wife were sitting on it. And it's very small, and the guy that was behind us riding came up to me and says, "We're buying a new motorcycle. We want to loan you this bike for 2 years." And so he loaned me a 2004 Victory Kingpin, which is a 1500 cc bike. But he had a wreck not too long ago, and he needed the bike back to sell it because he was going to have surgery and needed money for the downtime. So we gave it up.
You just had a freebie for a year or two?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now I'm back to 750, which I left up, not running against the carburetor's clogged.
You seem to be handy. I imagine you're going to be able to fix just about anything that kind of comes your way.
Yes, sir.
All right. But you can't fix a ticket. So you told us that you had contested a ticket at some time. Had you done that before? A traffic ticket?
No,
You didn't answer yes to that question?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
I don't remember it.
Well, it's amazing how many people forget their tickets.
Yeah. I can remember being pulled over since '83, but
Okay.
I don't remember
Well, it's-
confessing it. I mean,
All right. I could have written that down wrong. I think that's all I needed to follow up on. Oh, you consider yourself an IT guy?
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Last but not least. All right, Juror 36. Let's start off with the same stuff we started with the rest of the jurors. You are a kindergarten teacher?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you worked as a kindergarten teacher?
7 years off and on. I took some time off to be a stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
I worked with the county, and this is my first year at the private school on the island.
Okay. So was that right out of college that you went to work for the county, then stay-at-home mom, then now private school?
Yes.
Okay. And you also you coach cheerleading?
Yeah, middle school.
Middle school, okay. Is that in the private school?
Yes.
Okay. And your husband is an electrical contractor?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yes, they have a family business that his grandfather opened up 55 years ago, and then his dad worked there, and now my husband's in the process of taking over.
And is that here in Brunswick or on the island or?
It's in Brunswick.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You know a defense attorney?
Yes, my cousin, he lives in Athens.
Okay.
He went to Georgia, but he went to University of Alabama Law School.
Okay. Roll Tide.
Yeah, I went to Alabama too, so.
Yeah, I'm not really. I was just kidding.
Oh.
I went to Georgia Southern. I'm a football mercenary. We were 1AA back then, so.
Yeah, so he worked as a public defender, and now he's
Like private defense attorney, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, and what's his name?
Alex McQueen.
Okay. Okay. And are you close with him? Do you see each other often or talk often?
You know, family, Christmas, we don't talk often either.
Okay. Is it one of those things where when you get together, does he relay like crazy stories of his work as a defense attorney or anything, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, we all have crazy stories.
Right. Okay.
Nothing stands out.
Okay. So I guess the next follow-up with that to me would be, there's no way that would affect your ability to be fair to either side in this case, I assume?
No.
Okay. And do you know anybody that works in the court system here in Greene County?
Yeah, I know a lot of lawyers, Crystal Barrier, Judge Graham, but he's retired. So. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot.
That's fine. Do any of them practice criminal law here?
Crystal does a lot of different.
Okay. Kind of one-stop shop, does a little of this, a little of that. Okay. I believe you stated you've known somebody who has worked in the military or been in the military before?
My grandfathers were in World War II, and my husband's grandfather flew over the Burma Hump in World War II. So
Oh, wow.
they were current.
Okay. And when you talked about knowing somebody that's had legal training or something like that before, was that what you've already talked about?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you've known somebody or you know somebody who works in the medical field?
Well, my dad does interim hospital administration work. He goes into like failing either substance abuse centers
Mhm.
or psychiatric centers, and he goes in and hires and fires and gets them back. So
Right.
he's in Philadelphia right now. So
Okay, so basically he's a problem solver. He comes in.
yeah.
Okay. I believe you also stated that you know somebody who is either trained or has experience or works in the field of psychology, psychiatry, or counseling.
I was thinking that because he works with like substance abuse.
Okay.
Some of his hospitals are substance abuse, some of them are rehab. They're all different kind of hospitals.
And you have a license as well, a professional license teaching, correct?
Yes,
And you go to church locally?
yes, I go to Wesley, on the island.
Okay, I believe you raised your hand. I asked a question. Are you part of any community service, fraternal organizations, anything like that?
When I went to the University of Alabama, I
Mhm.
was in a sorority, Pi Omega.
Okay. All right. What do you think the outlook is for the Ole Miss game? We have office pools, so I'm interested.
I'm pretty sure Alabama's gonna win.
I didn't expect you to say anything different. Okay. So obviously you're younger, so you communicate through text messaging, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you use these other cell phone applications like at Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp or anything like that?
Sometimes on Facebook Messenger, but I don't know.
It's not like something you rely on. Just
No.
like if somebody sends you a message, you at least know how to respond to it.
Yeah, it's a lot of spam and stuff in there, so I don't try not.
You're not a fan of it from us. See what you're looking like. Yeah. Okay. All right. So do you use Facebook like regular old Facebook or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't post a lot. I'll post random, if I have pictures of my kids,
Mm-hmm.
basically. And if I comment, it's on my friends' kids.
Right.
And I don't really comment on articles or anything.
You're predicting the follow-up questions from having listened to all that your other jurors. That's good. So I don't even have to ask them because you already know what we're going to ask. Craigslist.
I know, I've been on Craigslist and tried to find stuff for kids.
Yeah,
stuff.
buying stuff.
Obviously, I'm a young mom, so, but I've never bought anything off of it. I was kind of freaked out by it.
Okay. I think you said that you've given an opinion online before or something, or written an opinion online. You didn't raise your hand to that? Okay. All right.
I don't.
Yeah, I know, because you just said you don't. Yeah, you don't
I
deal with
have
it.
opinions, but I keep them
Okay.
to put them on the internet.
Yeah, some people want to put every opinion on everything online, and then some people don't want to put anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Now I think you said that you watch some legal TV shows, some nonfiction legal TV shows.
I'm not into the nonfiction ones. My mom used to watch Law and Order a lot of times, so
Okay.
I had enough of that. If there's a documentary about something like 48 hours, or if it's like a Lifetime documentary or something, I'll watch it.
Okay. I think you stated, have you read a book or books about murder cases, fiction and nonfiction?
I
Yeah, and I was going to follow up with that. Like, you've got a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably don't have a lot of time for free time for yourself. But if you did, what do you like to do, like hobbies?
Well, we have a boat, so we like to go fishing.
Mhm.
I don't really fish, I just ride. And, you know, go to the beach, go to the pool, we ride bikes a lot. I like watching Alabama football, it's the only sports that I watch on the team.
Okay.
And just being with my kids is my thing.
Okay. You stated, I think, that you followed an actual trial before, either coming to the courthouse or watching it on TV or in the news.
I followed a lot, you know, like the Natalie Holloway case, because she was a year younger than me and I met her.
Right.
And through that story, and so I followed that really closely.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you know, personal.
Yeah.
And like the Casey Anthony, I mean, I didn't like watch it all the time, but I followed a lot of that. Something to do with a child.
Mm-hmm. Now you've also volunteered with kids before?
Yeah, well, I'm a teacher, and
Right.
I've been a mentor to some of my kids that I've taught, and vacation Bible school, all that.
Okay. I believe
Coach baseball, well, mini baseball, I guess.
I was about to say you coach baseball.
Mini baseball.
Your 5-year-old.
Yeah.
So coaching with that's basically trying to teach them to actually put the bat down after they hit it. Yeah, and not a dog pile on the ball when it's hit. Yeah, how successful were you at that?
We won every game.
Awesome. I didn't even know they kept score. In Cobb County, they don't even keep score at that age. Oh, they don't.
So I do.
Oh, okay. All right, good. So you've had a good experience with law enforcement before?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
I got in a wreck on the causeway coming over the first, if you're going on to St. Simon's, the first big bridge, and
Yeah.
a car in front of me slammed on brakes, and I was coming over and I hit him from behind, but another car had hit him into the median, and ran off like it was hit and run.
Yeah, I'm sure that's kind of scary. They're going over the causeway, and yeah.
Because I was in the median, but at least I didn't go over the bridge.
Yeah.
I wasn't with my kids, I was coming home from work, so all the policemen, I'm sure y'all heard of Officer Lacey, they all came and I don't know, maybe y'all haven't, if you haven't, you should look them up.
Probably will.
And all of the police officers
Okay.
were very helpful, and, you know, I've always had good experience with police.
Okay. And you obviously working and teaching, as long as you raised your hand for having had to report suspicions of child abuse before.
Yeah.
Is it in that capacity?
Yes.
I believe you stated you've known somebody who's been arrested for a crime before.
Yes, my sister-in-law.
Okay. And was that here in Glenn County? Okay. I won't get too far into it, but just generally, what was she arrested for? If you can say.
Drug-related.
Okay. Do you know enough about it to have an opinion as to whether she was treated fairly?
She was treated fairly.
All right. I believe you stated you've had to give a report to a police officer before. Was that about that wreck you were talking about? Okay. All right. Obviously, you've had to transport your children before to daycare. Are they in daycare? Or the 3-year-old, I guess maybe?
Yes. Well, my first son, he went to a real daycare.
Okay.
I would take him to and from the daycare, and then my 3-year-old goes to my mother-in-law in the morning, and then she takes him to 9 to 1 church, St. John's Presbyterian, and an older lady keeps him in the afternoons until I get done.
Okay.
And my other son goes to school with me. But I have driven to daycare.
And when you did that, did you do it as did your husband ever help you? Was it routine,
Yeah.
or was it kind of, did y'all alternate, or?
I mean, most of the time it was me, but like picking up if I was running late.
Mhm.
I would pick them up.
And I believe you said you'd heard commercials about not leaving pets or children in cars, or looking again or something.
I don't know about commercials, but I mean, like I've always heard, especially when it's hot,
Mhm.
there to make sure you don't leave your kids in the car, make sure you don't leave your animals in the car. It can get a lot hotter.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I've
And that's been for years, I guess. I've been
yeah,
hearing that.
I mean, I can't like pinpoint one thing.
And I'm not going to ask you to. That would be unfair. Yeah.
I just kind of think it's not
Okay. And I think one of the last things that I was going to ask you about, you stated that when there was a question about having experienced some type of unexpected trauma in your life, what were you thinking about when you raised your hand on that?
My little brother, well, he's 24 now, when he
Catch can, gonna eat waffle or whatever you give him for the route.
yeah, he doesn't really have a lot.
Okay. Okay. All right, and then you go straight to work.
Yes.
All right, so you don't have to drop him anywhere in the morning. He's coming with you to Frederica Academy.
Yes.
All right. Does that route ever deviate in the morning?
Depends, sometimes if the traffic's bad, I'll go a different way.
Okay. So traffic may affect the route.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were,
Or like today, I dropped my older son off at school first. And then my younger son off at my mother-in-law's and then came here. So that was different.
if something comes up, you may have to adjust your route.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all, yeah.
All right, and are there, I'm assuming you don't have to drive real far to go to your mother-in-law's and then to the academy? No? Because you live on the island, right? Okay. So have you ever got stops along the way? Do you ever stop at the dry cleaner or to get gasoline or to get coffee or to get a chicken biscuit or anything like that?
Not since I've been working at this school. I've had different routines. This is my first year at the new school.
Mhm.
So I've had different routines before. So I don't really stop taking them now. We get coffee at our school. So.
Okay. And your husband, is he already gone in the morning when you leave?
Sometimes, most of the time. It depends what we're driving out of town to go to a job site or what time they got movements to meet with the workers on the job site.
Okay.
Most of the time he's already gone.
Right.
Get ready.
Do you ever take or receive telephone calls during that route in the morning?
Yeah, that's my mom's.
Okay. Do you ever check your phone at stop signs or red lights?
I mean, I have my car, you can do it through, what do you call it?
Like Bluetooth?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it'll like read messages, so I don't
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
do it. I don't really do that.
Your cousin, Alex
McQueen,
McQueen. Alex McQueen. Do you know Aaron Wallace?
yes, that was his, wife. And they got divorced recently.
Okay. That's his ex-wife. All right. Do you know what she does?
Yes, she's a,
Are you friendly with her as well? No?
I mean, I don't know who it is.
And I caught the name of your, what I took to be your close friend who was a lawyer, Crystal.
Yeah,
I didn't catch her last name.
barrier.
Farrier. Okay. And you think you think part of what her practice is may include some criminal defense?
I think so. I mean, I think she's a jack of all trades.
Okay.
And then, if y'all have that in the lawyer community.
It's kind of going away. Most people sort of have to, so things are so complicated now, you have to kind of focus in one area. But there are some people who do that, jack of all trades.
I do know Judge Amanda Williams, I forgot to say that.
Judge who?
Amanda Williams, well, she might.
Oh, where do you know, how do you know her?
I graduated high school with her daughter.
Oh, okay. All right. You mentioned following a couple of trials here. You know, it's the first one that's mentioned Natalie Holloway, and that's actually one that I followed. That was interesting. Of course, we didn't have a trial in that case.
And then I just followed.
Right. But what about talk shows? Do you follow any legal talk shows or talking head shows?
No.
No. All right. Do you ever watch the Nancy Grace show?
I mean, I have, or not really, I mean,
You don't have a timer to remind you to turn it on to watch that show?
no.
Okay. Perhaps occasionally. All right. All right, and then back to your schedule. I think you told us that the afternoons were more of a kind of like who's available or who's got something to do after work to do the pickup.
Yeah, yeah, and that changes a lot. I have family, my mom, well, my parents live in town, and
All right.
my husband's parents live in town, and, so, it's always changing.
It's whoever it's most convenient for on that day. Okay. All right, you'd indicated that you had read news accounts or stories of children left or forgotten in cars before you heard of this case.
Yeah.
All right. Is that something that you were keenly aware of, or just you have a recollection of hearing about it on the radio or hearing news accounts?
I've heard a lot of cases about it. I've heard a lot of cases about it happening.
You heard any cases about it happening to teachers?
No.
You've not? Okay. And we've kind of heard that folks have heard these stories a little more seasonally when it's warm. Has that been is that been the case with you as well?
Yeah.
And hearing or reading about these stories, are they coming to you primarily through internet like Facebook or
Yeah.
through the radio or TV news?
Articles.
Okay. And have there been any that you followed?
I'll look up about it because it's kind of hard for me to understand.
Yeah.
Being a mom.
When you say look up about it?
Just like how it happened, or why did they do that,
Mhm.
or,
Maybe if you see a story, you may look for another story the next day, or just kind of Google it or something.
yeah.
Have you heard any accounts of experts that talk about it happening? Scientists or psychologists or anything like that?
I'm sure I've read something, the interview with Dr.
And has that helped you understand the phenomenon anymore? Reading from experts like that.
It's hard for me to understand it,
Mhm. Because you don't think it could happen to you.
right.
You told us that you were familiar with products that were on the market to help parents or caregivers not to forget.
Yeah, I saw there's something that car seat companies are coming up with, that if they don't feel the weight of the child, then it's not in there.
Like a little whistle or siren will go off.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a product that you would buy? You have, however, done research on car seats before you made a purchase of a car seat.
Yes.
All right. And what specifically were you looking for in doing research before you purchased a car seat?
Just the best and safest one.
All right. And you don't think having a whistle or a buzzer or something, a reminder with that pressure point, you don't think that would make it a safer car seat?
I mean, I'm sure it would for some. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
don't have an issue with that, so. I don't know, I don't know.
And I believe you answered a question, if you or your spouse had to hire an attorney.
Yes.
I don't recall if you covered that. Did you cover
Yes,
that?
we had to hire an attorney over an insurance issue. I had dropped my Lynn County Schools insurance because we were double covered with my husband's insurance. And we thought we had those, it was when you had to have your maternity rider, and we asked our insurance lady in writing to add the maternity rider, and then I didn't figure it out until months into my pregnancy, and so we had to hire an attorney. We didn't go to court or anything, but it got solved.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's take a recess for about 10 minutes for everyone, and then we'll be calling you all individually. So keeping us reminded that discuss the matter, enjoy each other's company, take a break.
All rise for jury.
I have a question of council in just a minute.
Be seated, please.
Juror 33, do you all have individual questions for her?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Judge. Give me just one moment. Let me
Of course.
verify that.
33.
No, ma'am, we don't have any questions for her.
35.
I think the only questions we have are he wanted to talk in private about something with neuroscience and counseling.
That's my recollection, Judge.
Well, do y'all want to? Just because he does doesn't mean y'all have to.
I hate to tread there, but I think we do at least need to briefly question to see what it's
That's
about.
not a problem. All you had to do is say yes.
Maybe it's just more of a curiosity, but
Now, that you ought to
Yes, ma'am.
consider carefully. All right,
ma'am.
then I'm gonna bring everybody back except 33. All right, let's take a break. Going back and forth. Has he already gone to collect them? Oh. Mr. Carter. All right. I believe we're ready. The other second one. There we go. You can proceed.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, good afternoon, Juror 25. Talked to you this morning. Now we just got a couple of things to follow up with you about, considering some of the things you raised your hand to, okay? You remember back when we were first here and talking to you, and the judge asked a few questions about your duty as a juror and whether you could do certain things? Okay. You raised your hand to one question she asked everybody. Have you already formed and expressed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the accused? Do you remember raising your hand to that?
It's because,
Okay. Go ahead. That's what I was going to ask.
I had taken some mail when I had a lunch break to the post office, and this lady in the front of me, I wasn't aware of what was going on from the time I came Monday morning, because I wondered why all the cars was here.
Yes, ma'am.
And so she told me what it was, she thought was pertaining to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what? That's right.
Okay. And what did she tell you about the case?
She said, they're trying, someone that left someone, a child in the car.
Okay.
I said, oh no. Typical expression of what's
Yes,
going
ma'am.
on. And because my Bible tells me, judge not, that you be not judged. And a lot of us have been forgiven of a lot of things that we've done in our life.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to give some chance, you know. You hear out a problem before you can come to a conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where I am.
Okay. Well, that's good. And that's what we're kind of getting at here is we're not saying that you come in here, everybody has, may have heard things and may have formed opinions, but if
Well,
you're...
that's what my first time. I don't watch TV.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't buy the newspaper. And the scriptures, they think about things that are pure, honest, true, and honest, and lovely.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a battle with my everyday thinking and, trying to think on somebody else. But then you pray for people. And we all, have to hear things out before we can come to conclusions about anything.
So what I'm hearing here is you had not come to any conclusions before you came into the courthouse. Is that right?
That's right. I was scared to come.
Yes, ma'am.
As usual, but
Yeah.
it was my civic duty, and they said I'd get a bunch on if I didn't show up.
Oh, yeah, we don't want that.
No.
No. So if let's say you get asked to be a juror, what you have to do as far as being a juror is be able to put aside anything outside of this courtroom. Any preconceived notions or thoughts. What you have to do is follow just the evidence that comes out in this courtroom, and you have to follow the law that the judge gives you. That's what you have to do to be able to be a juror and render a verdict and be fair and impartial. Would you be able to do that?
If I can.
Okay, good. All right. And you said something just a second ago about, obviously you're religious and, you judge not lest you be judged. In rendering, I talked a little bit about this in the first day. In rendering a verdict, you're not asking to cast a vote as to whether somebody's a good person, bad person. You're just being asked to vote if somebody has been proven guilty of what they're accused of. Okay. In spite of your religious beliefs, would you be able to do that in this case?
I believe I can.
Okay. And I think well, two other things. One, I think you've already told us about. Just want to make sure. The only thing you've heard from the news or anybody else is just the thing you heard at the post office, right?
That's right, that's true.
And other than the facts being given that the baby had been left in the car, have you heard any other facts about this case? Okay. And just that the court reporter's taking it down, so you're shaking your head no, but that's a no, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I know it seems kind of, I don't know how to explain it. Dumbfounded not to be up to date on what's going on, but.
No, you're not the only one. There are a lot of people that have not heard about this case before they came up here or something like that. So, yeah, don't feel bad. You're not the only one. So, one other thing, I know the defense asked a question. Would anybody here have a problem listening to graphic language or having to look at graphic photos and things like that, like bad language and sexually related stuff like that? And I think you raised your hand and said that you may not be able to do that, or you might have a problem doing that.
I didn't want to hear it, and I definitely don't want to see it, but I have to, I would.
Okay, and that was going to be my follow-up. So if you were a juror and there was photographs of graphic nature sexually, and obviously this involves a deceased child, there'll have to be photos in that regard. While you don't want to, would you be able to do that and then make a decision based on the evidence in the law?
I believe so. It would kind of hurt.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Is there anything else you want to let us know about your ability to be fair and impartial, or we to both sides, or have we covered it?
Yeah, you covered it now.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Just to follow up on that, to make sure you understand exactly what's going to be asked of you. There's going to be all different kinds of evidence, and we believe part of it may include some very graphic sexual language and some graphic sexual imagery. And we're just trying to make sure, we're not saying anybody likes it, we're just trying to make sure you're going to at least be able to hear it and see it along with all of the other evidence. That you're going to be able to do that. You're going to be able to hold up and hear that stuff and see it, and then judge it fairly with all the other evidence. You think you can do that?
I believe so.
Okay. I know it's going to be uncomfortable for you, but we're looking for folks who can give basically a fair trial to both sides. And giving a fair trial means being able to listen and look at all the evidence, even if some of it's very ugly. Okay? You think you can do that?
Comes to a lot of other things, but
Yeah. We would, for both sides to have a fair trial, as you know, somebody's got to go first and somebody's got to go second. And so we would just ask, do you think that you would be able to wait until you've heard all of the evidence, all of it, from both sides before you make your decision in the case?
you have to hear from both sides to come to a conclusion.
I like that answer. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you think you can do that?
Well, I believe I can.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Ma'am.
That's it?
Yep. Except for one thing. I do need to tell you one thing. Buy information. Please come back October 3rd, 9 in the morning, and have a very pleasant evening. We'll see you
Write it
soon.
down, 'cause, and get on with it.
Could you?
She checks with the clerk, so maybe she can.
All right.
Yeah, I accept
Will
that.
will you help us with produce?
Watch your step, one down.
I got it. Thank
Okay.
you. Y'all have a good day.
Yes, ma'am.
26.
Please. Yeah, on the front row. I think it was your original seat. There you are.
Hello, here we are again.
Yes.
All right. Juror 26, just a few questions to follow up on that we had talked about early on the first day or two, and just make sure we understand what your answers are and you know where your positions are, okay? What we're doing is trying to make sure we get a jury that while you can't, nobody comes in here in a vacuum. Obviously, people bring in opinions and things that they've heard and things like that. What we have to do is find a jury where if you're selected, you are able to make a determination and render a verdict based only on the evidence that comes out in here and then the law that the judge gives you to apply to it, okay? So first of all, as far as, I guess, the media and things like that, or from other sources, have you heard things about this case?
Oh, plenty.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Would you agree sometimes the media gets things wrong?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Okay. Let me ask you this, just initially, in this particular case, do you think things that you've heard, things like that, would you be willing to put any opinion you have at this point aside and what you've heard and make a verdict, render a verdict in this case based only on the evidence that comes out in this courtroom applied to the law the judge gives?
I would try, but I've sort of had an opinion for, this case has kind of haunted me
Okay.
because I have a grandson that's named Cooper.
Okay.
And as soon as I heard that name, it just sort of, my heart just dropped to my stomach.
Yes, ma'am.
And I sort of formed an opinion, and also my son and his wife live up there, and they've just given me so much information that I probably wouldn't have known just being down here. But
Okay.
at the time, I'll be honest, I had no clue that this would ever be brought here.
Oh, yeah, you join the crowd.
Number
Yeah.
two, I had no clue that I would ever be on a jury for it, because I have discussed it extensively
Okay.
and formed an opinion, and I'm sorry, but that's.
No, don't apologize whatsoever. There's no right or wrong answer. It's
Yeah.
your answer, and we're not in here to try to tell you anything. We
Right.
just want to get an answer. And like I said, we just want to be able to get a fair and impartial jury. Okay.
Yeah.
So, let's start with that then. What are the facts as you think you've heard through the media and through your family?
Okay, well, first, I really have a hard time thinking anybody could leave a child in the car.
Okay.
I don't like to think ever of a child or an animal dying in a car, because it's just, I had kids and I would have never not remembered they were with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And back in my day, we had no car seats, but I never left them even for a minute because there's sexual predators out there that will steal your kids,
Mhm.
and
Yes, ma'am.
I've never left my kids when they're alone. And my grandchildren, I was even more aware of, because
Mhm.
they're not really mine.
Right.
To me, the greatest gift that God's ever given anybody is a child. And you've got to put them above everything.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just my opinion.
So kind of as your starting point before you even heard any of the other facts. When you heard that this type of thing had happened, you had that
Yeah.
opinion.
And then, of course, my son started reading me articles about looking online for how long it took for him to die, and about the sexting and texting and all that, which
Let me ask you this. If you were, and there's no right or wrong answer, and you're not going to get in trouble either way, whatever you say. If you were selected as a juror, would you be able to put the stuff that you've heard aside? And if it comes out great, if it doesn't, great. but only what comes out in this courtroom is what you can consider as far as finding whether the defendant has been proven guilty or not. Would you be able?
But everything I probably heard would come out in this courtroom, right?
I
That's
can-
whatever I have in my mind. I can't guarantee you that I could get it out of it and just wipe my mind and start fresh. I don't know if I could do that.
Okay.
I really don't.
All right. I think you said you would try to do your best.
I would try to do my best, but I can't.
I understand. As far as I know, you said that you did you see it in the media initially, like in the news and things like that?
I think I heard it that day.
Okay. And after that, did you follow it anywhere on the news or the internet or anything like that, or was it just the things that your
I heard it
family?
on the internet, but it was in our paper, and I watched it was on the local news. Even though I get Jacksonville, it was on there for days and days, and even on the national news. And even somebody told me on the Today Show. I mean, I watched that, but I didn't see that part. But
I believe he stated that in addition to hearing some things in the media about it, that your family member or a family member had expressed their opinion. Is that what you were already talking about? And what was their opinion?
my son and my daughter-in-law.
Yes.
Well, I really hate to say, but their opinion was that kind of pretty much that he was guilty. And they didn't understand how somebody could leave a child in the car either.
All right, ma'am. You were also asked some questions about whether you would be able to sit here and be fair and impartial if you had to view, photographs involving the investigation of a child death, and then also some things of that nature. Would you be, if you had to do that as a juror, would you be able to do that and still be fair to both sides?
I'm not sure if I'd look at the pictures. I'm really not. Whenever they show these things, children on TV that are anything's wrong, or these ones that are starving in other countries, or even the animal thing where they say they're shelters, I have to just go like this. I can't look. It just makes me sick to my stomach.
Okay. 1 second, Jeff. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. You are in the home stretch. I know this has been a long week. I know this is difficult for you to talk about, and believe it or not, we're very grateful that you're taking it seriously and giving honest answers.
I swore to give you honest answers, so.
Well, we appreciate that. Just as a little bit of follow-up, when the judge asked at the very beginning a couple of days ago if you had formed or expressed an opinion, you raised your hand, indicated that you had. I take it from your responses here this afternoon that your opinion is that he's guilty. Okay. And you don't have to apologize for that. That's your opinion, okay? And I think what we've heard you express to us is that you received a lot of information primarily from your family. They were telling you about the case, as well as things that you read on the internet.
Well, I didn't read on the internet. It was just from the news. And
I'm sorry, the
papers.
news.
I don't think I've really read anything on the internet because I didn't research anything on the internet.
Okay. All right. And do you remember any of the specific facts that your family was telling you about, or that you saw on the news?
Most of what they told me, I did at one point or another see on the news.
Okay. right, so your son lives in the Atlanta area, and they were talking to you regularly about this case,
Yes, sir.
and they were expressing to you their opinion that he was guilty.
Yes, sir.
Was that your son and your daughter-in-law?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was that their opinion pretty early on, even 2 years ago when this first happened?
Yes, sir. Right after, a few months after that happened, my grandson Cooper was riding his bike and the brakes failed and he had an accident and he hit a house with his head. And if he hadn't had a helmet, he'd probably been killed, but it almost tore his ear off. And they took him immediately to the hospital near Ackwards where they lived, and they life flighted him to Children's Hospital. And I remember my son making, and he was okay. I mean, they kept him for a couple of nights and he had a concussion and they wouldn't let him watch TV, but he's fine. He's fine now. But it was terrifying for us when he was life flighted. And I remember, well, I shouldn't say this, but my son making the comment that, his Cooper was luckier than the other little Cooper. And it just really, really made me think that I was blessed that I still had him.
Okay. I'm sorry we had to put you through this, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse you. Come back October 3rd at 9 in the morning. Have a good afternoon and a good weekend. Do you need to sit down outside? Are you sure?
Yeah, number 47.
Mhm.
How you doing, sir? Again? All right. We just have a couple of questions to follow up on real quick. Won't take long, okay? I know at the beginning, the judge asked a few questions, and several jurors raised their hands. So right now, we're going to follow up to ask you about that answer to that question, okay? First of all, just so you know, we don't expect anybody to come in here in a vacuum. You're not required not to have heard anything about the case or not to have some opinions on things and things like that. What we have to do is ascertain and be able to get jurors that even if you formed opinions in life about things or heard things, whatever that is, you'd be able to put that aside. And then if you're a juror, render a verdict based only upon the evidence that comes out in the courtroom, from the witnesses, from the testimony, from the evidence produced, and then apply it to the law that the judge gives. Those are the two things you have to be able to do to be a qualified juror. Just first off, would you be able to do that?
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Let's start. I know. I think you said you'd heard some things in the video, in the media about the case, or from somebody else. Okay, and it's kind of cut across different jurors. Very, almost nothing they've heard, but just about the case, like that it's here, and you've heard people that know details about it. So, first of all, what have you heard about the case? Starting with kind of when you first heard about it, and then where.
I remember seeing the headlines when it first happened,
Mm-hmm.
and then I haven't heard anything until
Here.
when I first told I was on jury duty. Our secretary at work said, "Ooh, that's that big case from Atlanta."
Right.
I mean, I haven't looked it up or.
Okay. And kind of going back to that, would you agree that sometimes not everything that the media, it's not always correct what's in the media? Would you agree with that? Okay. And just so the court reporter's taking it down, so just answer out loud so she can write it down. Sorry. she's gonna get mad at me if I don't make sure you do that. So, let's start with that. When you saw the headlines, I guess back when it happened, what do you remember about it, if any details about the case? I know it's been a while, but as best your memory, what do you remember about the case?
I remember a child was left in the car, and then it was about the accused looking up the researching. I don't remember researching researching something about this in the car.
Do you even remember what it was exactly he was researching? It's no right or wrong answer if you don't remember.
No.
Okay. Given that how vague that is there any?
I remember it looked bad for the guy.
Okay. And had that, when you said you formed an opinion when you came in as to the guilt or innocence of the accused, is that something just based on it? You said it looked bad. Is that why you came in with some kind of opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you form an opinion just based on that about exactly what happened or what he's guilty of or innocent of or whatever you determined or thought about in your head?
Said.
I know that was really confusing. I don't even know what I just said. So let me start over again. Okay. Based on what is that? I guess you said it looked bad for him. Did you come in here with an opinion as to whether he's guilty or innocent?
I hope he's innocent.
Okay. And have you formed any opinion as to whether he is or not? Having not heard any evidence or anything.
I haven't watched any news. I don't know.
Okay.
Nothing about his case.
All right. Now you said you hope he's innocent. If the evidence proved that he was not innocent, would you be willing to follow the evidence in the law if we did prove beyond a reasonable doubt he in fact had done what he was charged with?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And when the secretary at your office said, "Hey, it's that case out of Atlanta," did she say anything else? But give you any details or anything that you
I
hadn't
still
heard?
didn't really know what she was talking about until I guess Monday we came in and you hear a little bit more about what it is, and you see I didn't know how big the case she was talking about till you see all the news, the cameras and stuff.
Gotcha. So I think it's pretty clear, just to make sure, if you're seated as a juror, you would be able to put however how slight your opinions or things that you've heard, you'd be able to put that aside and just determine this case based on the evidence in the courtroom and the law that the judge gives. Would that be accurate?
Yes. But I really don't want to be on the jury.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a legal standard for getting excused. Otherwise, we'd never get a jury. So, is there anything else we need to know about you that would affect your ability to be fair to both sides in this case?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, let's start with the things that you heard about the case. It sounds like you heard some headlines kind of early on, maybe 2 years ago when this first happened. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
From what source were you getting information? Was it TV news or things that were coming on the internet?
Just the internet.
All right. You told us you use MSNBC, NPR, and Facebook at night.
Yes.
Would those have been the sources of information?
I Facebook's usually at night because I'm going to bed. That's the last thing I do before I put my phone on the charger.
Right.
At work, MSN, work on a computer all day.
Okay.
So, yeah, MSN, PC, MSN is what it is. Microsoft.
MSN.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is what I.
Yeah.
The homepage, and I'd check the headlines there. And it was something in the news.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I heard.
Okay. So do you recall, in addition to that, do you recall seeing any stories on the nightly news, like NBC at night, or even stories on the local news? like at 5 o'clock or whatever?
No, I don't watch the news.
Okay. All right, so these stories would come in, or this information would come in through your through the internet. It would have photographs or images with it as well as a story.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't any surprise, perhaps what Ross looks like. You've seen Ross before because you've seen him on the internet.
Not until, I mean, I may have,
Mm.
but I don't remember. Yeah, I didn't know if he was white or black or.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell us to the best of your recollection what you recall being exposed to through these stories. You said it was a child was left in a car, right? And that you called him the accused researched something about deaths in a car. You were talking slow, so I wrote that down. Is that, to the best of your recollection, what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What else do you remember from what you heard in the news? Do you remember anything about a location? Do you remember? Go ahead.
I didn't know where this happened at.
Okay.
Guys from, but I mean, I remember the headlines and it made it look like the guy intentionally left the kid in the car.
Did you see perhaps quotes or statements from police officers? You remember?
Not that close. I mean, I didn't read.
Did you know anything about the relationship of the child and the man accused? Did the story tell anything about that?
You know, it's been a long time, but I'm assuming that's his father. I mean, the child's father.
Okay. And you mentioned something about your assistant in the office, but did anybody else, perhaps in your family or any friends, ever talk to you about the case? Ever talk to you, ask you if you'd read this or shared stories with you?
My two sisters kind of hired and talk every day, and they asked me how jury duty was going.
All right, I'm talking about prior to jury service. Prior to jury service, did anybody ever talk to you about this case, give you any information? Right. So when we came in here that first day that the judge spoke to everybody, she asked you some questions, and one of the questions she asked was is if anyone had formed or expressed an opinion as to the guilt of the accused. Formed and expressed an opinion as to the guilt of the accused, and you were one of the folks that raised your hand. So what I want to make sure we understand is, when you came in here, had you formed an opinion already? Had you formed an opinion about whether or not he was guilty? It's not. You're not going to be in trouble if you had. We just need to.
I mean, I guess I kind of have,
All right.
but it's really based on nothing.
Okay. You formed an opinion, and was that opinion that he was guilty? And when you say nothing, you're telling us, though, that you did have some exposure to these stories on the internet back when it first happened, which included something about the accused researched something about deaths in a car.
Yes, about how long it would take for a child to die and left alone in the car.
How long it would take a child to die if left in a car? Okay. And is it possible that perhaps it was the exposure to that information that you got on the internet that resulted in the opinion that you told us you have, the opinion that he's guilty?
Yes, that's the only basis for my opinion.
Okay. And if you heard these things 2 years ago or so when it happened, is it fair to say that you've really had that opinion for 2 years or more?
Yes,
I mean, is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay.
but I assumed all this was over with.
Okay. And so, obviously, we haven't heard any evidence in the case. And so let me ask you this. If the trial started today, would it still be your opinion, the same opinion you've had for 2 years, that he's guilty? If the trial started today.
I think I could, be a little bit more fair, wait and see what's out, what you have.
Okay. Well, that's what Mr. Boring was asking you about. You've expressed an opinion that you believe he's guilty. And so what he was asking you and what I'm asking you is, are you going to go into the trial believing that he's guilty? Or are you just going to set that opinion aside and decide the case based on what happens from the witness stand instead?
Yeah, I would set it aside and base whatever decision is, what's the proof.
Okay. All right. Then with that said, let me ask you this. Would you be willing to wait until you heard all the evidence, all of the evidence, the very end, the evidence from both sides, before you made your decision?
Yes,
You would be willing to do that?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And if part of what the judge instructed you was that when the trial starts, you have to presume that he's innocent at the beginning of the trial, of course, unless and until he's proven guilty. Would you be able to do that? When we start on day one, would you be able to follow that rule of the court and presume that he's innocent?
Yes.
We'll be able to do that, okay? You know, I have written here that you know this Chick-fil-A location. Was that a mistake? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to excuse you now, and I hope you have a good afternoon. Come back October 3rd at 9 in the morning. Thank you, sir.
I'll get 28, Your Honor.
Please do. There you go.
Good afternoon. All right, just have a couple of questions for you based on some of the questions that were asked by the judge early on. You were asked a question about media attention. If you've heard the case, either from the media or another source or something like that. And so I think you've raised your hand. And then Also, I think it may be because of that you also raised your hand about whether you may or may not have formed some kind of opinion before you came in here.
Yes.
Okay. And so what we're doing now is just to ask some questions to make sure that if you were selected as a juror amongst all these people, that you would be able to follow the law and the evidence in this courtroom and not what you've heard. So, I mean, we don't ask you to come in here in a vacuum. People all come in here with opinions or things they've heard and things like that. You know, that we'd never get a jury if you had people without opinions. But what we have to do is determine if you're selected as a juror, if you would be able to, any opinion you formed or things you've heard, if you'd be able to put that aside, and then as a juror in the case, as you've done a couple of times before, listen to the evidence and make a decision based only on the evidence that comes out in this courtroom and the law that the judge gives you. So kind of as a starting point, do you think you'd be able to do that?
In this case, no.
Okay. And I appreciate you letting us know. Now I got to ask you some questions about why, and
Sure.
I don't think I need to ask too many, specific questions. I can ask you generally. I think you're prepared to answer them. So tell us why is it in this case that you don't think you'd be able to put what you heard or what your opinion is aside and render a verdict fair and impartial?
When I got my summons, I didn't recognize the name of the judge, so I Googled everything.
Yes, sir.
And I read a bunch of stuff on the internet.
Mhm.
I've seen news media. I've had conversations with my family and friends about the case.
Mhm.
I've expressed an opinion about the case and what I thought should be the adjudication of the case. And I don't feel I'll be a fair juror.
Okay. And was that before when you Googled it, had you known about this case before you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why
I had seen it on national media.
right.
I mean, I knew about it, and I had seen it in the newspapers and everything before.
Okay.
And I have a very strong opinion, and I just don't think it's fair for me to be on this jury.
Okay. So would your opinion be fixed indefinite such that you wouldn't be able to put
I
it
don't
aside?
think you can change my mind.
All right. Well, good enough, and thank you for getting to the point for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to excuse you till October 3rd at 9 o'clock. Have a good afternoon, and thank you so much.
Okay, Juror 29.
Indeed.
I'm sorry?
Hello again.
Hi there, how are you?
Good. I know we've talked for a while. This won't take very long, I don't think. I don't want to make you, lawyers are bad at telling you things aren't going to take long, and then they do. So we're just covering now a couple of things that you answered. You didn't answer a whole lot in this regard during the first part of jury selection, but there were a couple of things. One, you raised your hand and said you knew something about the case. You heard from it either from somebody or in the media or something. And then something about you may have formed an opinion or something about the case before you came in.
Correct.
So that's what we have to do now is basically, when jurors have come through and we question them, ensure that they will be able to be fair and impartial. And what that means, it doesn't mean that this is happening in a vacuum, or you cannot have heard of anything about the case or formed any opinions. What we have to determine is whether you can put whatever opinion it is you have aside, how strong it is or weak it is, whatever, or you can also, and you have to put what you've heard in the media aside. It may be a little bit, maybe a lot, but what you have to be able to do is render a verdict based solely on the evidence in the courtroom that comes out here, not the stuff you've heard before, and then also follow the law that the judge gives you based on the evidence that comes out in here. So I guess as a starting point, would you be able to render a verdict just based on the evidence in this courtroom and follow the law?
I guess so.
Okay, you guess so. So that is a starting point. Let's start with where did you hear about the case?
News,
Okay, and was this news TV, radio, internet?
all,
Okay, And did you hear about this back when it happened, or it's something you just
Back when it
recently?
happened.
Okay. So I guess as a starting point, what do you think would you agree that sometimes the media gets things wrong, or things come out that don't prove out to be something that actually happened? Okay. All right. And with that, just starting out, what have you heard from the media as far as you remember? I know it's been 2 years since it first happened or first came out in the news.
That the child succumbed to hypothermia
Mm-hmm.
while left in the backseat of the car. Father went to work.
And do you remember any other details about it? Anything, where he was working, where he had traveled that day, what was going on during the day?
I think I had heard that he had stopped at Chick-fil-A first,
Mm-hmm.
and then went to work at Lowe's. And then upon exiting work, I guess he traveled down the road and remembered his child in the backseat.
Do you remember any other details about what he was doing that day, or what led up to that day, or after, or anything like that? Nothing that's going on in his family or anything like that? Okay. So based upon, I guess, those limited facts that you know, and you said you saw about it at the time, you had formed some opinion before you came in here about what had happened, about whether he is guilty or innocent.
Correct.
Okay. And generally, what is the opinion you have formed?
Guilty.
Okay. And had you formed any opinion about what he was guilty of, or anything like that?
Leaving his child in the back of a heated car,
Okay. That actual act.
causing the child to die.
Had you formed any opinion whatsoever as to whether this is something, and I don't know from the facts, that something he'd done intentionally, if he'd done it negligently, if he'd done it for some other reason?
I just find it hard to
Mhm.
swallow, do you want to use that terminology?
Yes, sir.
To leave your child
Mhm.
in the back of the car.
Yes, sir.
And
And
again, I've had 3 children and 5 grandchildren, and I just blows my mind.
so I would say your opinion is generally toward this type of act or something. It's nothing specific, I would assume. But tell me if not. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But is it any type of specific bias or prejudice or opinion you have about this defendant, or is it generally?
No, it's general.
Okay. So would you be willing to listen to the evidence? And as far as the state having to prove what happened, or prove mental status, or prove things like that, would you be willing to listen and make a decision based only on the evidence that comes out in here to prove that he had actually done those things?
I guess.
Okay. And I just want to ask, what is the hesitation there?
Maybe because I've seen such, not a high number, but I've seen a lot of child abuse cases,
Yes, sir.
and it has an effect on me.
Yes, sir. And again, I know a lot of people come in here. We've had a lot of teachers and things like that that had to report child abuse, things of that nature. Again, even having that, and I know it's difficult. Nobody's going to have an easy time dealing with this situation or dealing with these set of facts. Would you be able to? You know yourself, and I think you said you think you'd be able to, or you guess you'd be able to. Would you do your best to follow the law
Yes,
and follow the evidence?
yes.
Okay. And do you have any fixed, indefinite opinion about his guilt that would not be able to be changed by the evidence or what comes out?
No.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. All right. A couple more minutes and we can call it a weekend. I know you got grandkids less than an hour away, I think.
Well, doesn't matter for him, it's gonna be late.
It's okay. You can take them to Dairy Queen. Everything will be fine. All right, I want to start with the media exposure. You indicated that you do know some things about the case, and you've given us some information. But what I want to make real clear is exactly where was that information coming from? What were the sources?
TV,
Okay, national.
Jacksonville News, Weather Channel had it on. Radio as I'm going to work. Internet as I turn on my computer. Not now, when it happened. Sorry,
At the time.
at the time.
So back in June of 2014.
Correct.
That's the time frame that we're talking about that you were initially exposed to this information.
Correct.
You're telling us that you're receiving the information from a number of different sources. On the TV, you watch primarily the Jacksonville news. All right, we're talking the local coverage, or did you have the national? Do you get any national news as well?
National News as well, so that was
NBC.
whatever it was.
Yeah. All right, Weather Channel, Internet, CNN. All right. All right. And I don't mean this flippantly, but do you just change stations regularly to look at news, or were you looking for information about this story?
No, I was just flipping through.
Okay.
I watch local news from 6 to 6:30,
Mm-hmm.
national news from 6:30 to 7. Sometimes I'll tune in CNN.
Okay. So from 6 to 7, you're getting it full time for that hour.
Then
And-
the kids have it.
Right.
Then we
Of course.
move to SpongeBob and all that stuff.
All right. In addition to that, the internet sources, and I don't recall. I know you used.
I can't answer that because we've gone through cable companies like tissues.
Sure. Well-
My wife works from home
Okay.
with physicians throughout the United States, and she needs the internet. We don't have the internet, she doesn't get paid, so.
Okay. You talking about stories that would just come up on your feed, or are you talking about stories that people were posting to your
Yeah,
Facebook,
To the feed.
to the feed? And then radio,
Facebook stuff.
is there a particular station that you would have received information through?
I can't remember what channel it was.
When something's breaking news, it's pretty much on all the channels.
Correct,
Okay. And then, of course, CNN.
correct.
All right, so initially, would you agree that if you started hearing about this back in June, it ran for a number of days, it was on the news. If not the lead story, it certainly was in the first couple of minutes.
Correct.
By any chance, did you hear any commentary and lawyer talk or talking heads, any of those shows, or
Yeah,
didn't listen to that?
yeah,
What you heard was more of a news format.
correct.
All right. So some of the details, you indicated that you heard the father went to work.
Correct.
You heard there was something about Chick-fil-A. Do
Mm-hmm.
you remember what that was? What you heard?
Stopped. I'm assuming that they stopped for breakfast or
Okay.
dinner or lunch, or that's an assumption on my part.
The information that you have came from news, right?
Correct.
All right. So you then said something about Lowe's. All right. So is the information you had that?
He worked at Lowe's.
All right. Did you have information that he was going to work? Or had gone to work? Don't recall?
Don't recall.
Well, it's only been over 2 years.
Yeah.
All right. And I hate to put you on the spot, but any other details that you can remember, just
Don't recall.
all right. Whatever you heard, well, I guess I better ask this. Did you receive information from family, friends, water cooler,
No.
church, anything else?
No.
Okay. You haven't been chit-chatting about this case with
No.
anybody? All right, so then whatever, it's fair to say that whatever opinion you formed, it was formed way back 2 years ago when you first were exposed to this
Correct.
information through these media sources.
Correct.
And you're telling us that the opinion that was formed back June of 2014 was that he's guilty.
Correct.
All right, and based on what you're telling us, did you also form the opinion that it was done intentionally?
I just find it amazing that you could leave your flesh and blood in the backseat in that hot car. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right, so your opinion, which was that he's guilty and that you find it amazing that you could leave your child. If you've had that for the last 2+ years, have you had any conversations with anybody or received any information through media sources or otherwise which has caused you to change your opinion?
No.
All right, so when you walked in here, called for jury service, you walked into the door already with the opinion that he's guilty.
Correct.
All right. And you would agree, certainly none of the questions that we've asked you have changed your opinion that he's guilty.
Correct.
And, well, we haven't started the trial, so there hasn't been any evidence put before you to change your opinion that he's guilty.
Correct.
So it's fair to say, as we sit here today, it's still your opinion that he's guilty.
Correct.
All right, you were asked if you would be able to render a verdict based on the evidence and the law, and you paused for a few seconds, and you said, "I think so." You want to be able to follow the judge's instructions, don't you?
Correct.
You certainly want to believe that you could do what was required of you, and that's listen to the evidence and follow the law, right?
Correct.
But what you weren't specifically asked is if you could set that 2-year-old opinion completely aside and decide the case based on the evidence and the law.
Judge, I absolutely asked that question.
Well, we can go back and get it from the court reporter if we have to, but I think I have the floor now. And he
Well,
can
I'm going to
probably-
object to misstating the evidence of the statements.
Well, all right, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kilgore,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can ask the question, but characterizing as to what has or has not been asked, I sustain the objection there, and I'll allow you to restate your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so let me phrase it my way then. Are you going to be able to set your 2-year-old opinion aside, set it completely aside, and decide the case just on the evidence and the law without regard to that opinion that you have right now?
If I'm asked to be on the jury, I guess I'm going to have to.
Okay. With that said, are you going to be able to, when the trial starts then, if the judge tells you you're going to have to presume that he's innocent at the beginning of the trial, you're going to be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to be able to wait until the end of the trial, until you've heard evidence, all of the evidence from both sides, until you make a decision?
I'm going to have to.
Okay. You think you can do that?
Yes.
Okay. And if the judge charges you that it's the law, that it's the state's burden,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been no argument or any discussion about any burdens of proof or inability to follow that. I don't think it's proper to go into that at this time.
Judge, Mr. Boring just a few jurors ago asked that very question. Asked if the juror would be able to convict if they proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt. He just asked that.
I sustain the objection.
Are you going to be able to be a fair and impartial juror to both sides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to excuse you. Come back October 3rd at 9 o'clock. And have a lovely afternoon and good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. All right, back for a couple of other questions regarding some of the questions that you raised your hand to in the first day or two, okay? One thing is that you raised your hand about having formed an opinion about the guilt or innocence of the accused, and want to just figure out kind of how that opinion's formed, like what it's based on, and then also you raised your hand and stated that you've heard about this case from some other source, so we need to figure out exactly what you've heard and where you heard it from, okay? We don't expect you to come in here, or any of the jurors to come in here, like having heard nothing in the world, just with a blank mind, but having no opinions, having no information. But what we have to do is determine.
Judge, I'm going to object. He's not asking a question.
I'm doing the same thing I've been doing.
And I'm going to start objecting because that's not a question.
And Judge, he's been objecting, and it's been overruled several times.
And it will be again. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what you have to do as a juror, and what we have to ask is to determine whether you can take those opinions and things like that, information you've heard, put it aside, and render a verdict in this case only upon what comes out in the courtroom, the evidence in the courtroom, and then the law that the judge gives. So kind of as a beginning point, would you be able to do that? And don't worry about it. There's no right or wrong answer, ma'am. It's just, we just want you to be
Being a
honest.
mother, it's very hard for me to accept this type of, I just don't see how it can happen.
I understand that.
In my mind, I mean, I don't need a bell to remind me to check. I mean, as a parent, it's your sole God-given gift to take care of, and I just, so my opinion on that.
Let me ask
Am I
you
making
this.
sense?
Yes, your opinion, is that something that is particular to this defendant in the facts, or something just in general, you have that opinion regarding leaving a child in a car?
I have an opinion about a child who left in a car.
Okay. As to the defendant, do you have any opinion about him specifically?
I don't know him personally.
Okay.
It picked up the Brunswick paper one day. I saw it. I didn't really read the article all the way through because it was too upsetting to me. I thought I have a hard time believing that could happen.
The facts, basically, let me ask you this. Aside from your general opinion on, I guess, the acts involved, or this type of thing, would you listen to the evidence and require that it be proven that that actually happened?
That it was an accident?
No, that it actually happened, that a child was left in the car and then things related to it.
Oh, I believe it actually happened, but I can't believe that in this day and time, and with all the warnings and just the common knowledge of how hot it is here, that you would even think about.
Okay,
I'm not
maybe.
making sense, am I?
No, you're making sense. I think a better starting point may be to get to what you may or may not have heard about the case, okay? We just to see what facts you think you know, what you may or may not have heard, okay? So, you've heard something about the case before?
No, the only thing I've
Okay.
heard was lightly skimming through the article. I just really didn't read it thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
A child was left in a car, and the child passed away because of the heat.
Did you get any information, or have you formed any opinion or anything as to whether this had happened negligently, intentionally, accidentally, anything like that?
I can't see how it could be accidental.
Okay.
I don't see how you can not know you had a child in the car.
And as asking you that question about whether you'd be able to only consider the evidence in the law in this courtroom, would you be willing to listen to explanations about how this does or does not happen and things like that? I guess about factually how this happened, and explanations. If parties give explanations, or there are witnesses that testify about what happened on the incident date, would you be willing to listen to that and only consider that in rendering a verdict as to whether the defendant is guilty of what he's been charged with?
I don't know, I'm pretty strong on the idea, but I don't see this as an accident. I mean,
Okay.
I just don't see how a parent can not know. I mean, for instance, the other day I went to the bank with my husband, He says, you wanna wait in the car? I said, are you crazy? It's too hot.
I understand. So, ma'am, just let me ask you this then. Your opinions that you have, are those pretty fixed and definite? Are they going to be changed by anything that happens in this courtroom? Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Anything? Ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we know all of y'all want to get away from us. Yep, I think that sums her up pretty good. No.
Enjoy your weekend, man.
Now you can do that, but we do need you to come back October 3rd, 9 a.m.
I'll get your 31.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Just got a couple of follow-up questions about a couple of specific issues, okay? You raised your hand on a couple of things right when we first started questioning you about, whether you formed an opinion about the case at some point before you came in, and then also whether you'd heard something about the case. And so kind of what we're starting with is, what to determine is what you have to do as a juror, if you are selected as a juror, is to be able to, people come in here with opinions and having heard stuff and things like that. The question is whether or not you can put those opinions and things you think you've heard aside and render a verdict if you're selected as a juror based only on the evidence in the courtroom that comes out from the witness stand, through evidence, through testimony, and then render a verdict based on that evidence as it applies to the law the judge gives you. It's kind of as a starting point. I don't know what you know or anything like that about the case. Would you be able to do that?
I would say, once something is told to you and in your head, it's always going to be there. So, whether or not, I can sit here and tell you, no, but I would say, no, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. So as you sit here today, there's no right or wrong answers. But your answer would be no, you would not be able to do that. Okay. Okay. And just generally, where have you heard about the case? Is it from media, internet, friends, family, or something else?
Yeah, all the above.
Okay.
And, news channels, internet, friends and family.
And is this something you heard about back when it happened originally, something recently, or both?
Not like originally, I guess, but definitely when the case was announced, it was coming here.
And with that, did you read articles about the facts of the case and things like that?
Not in detail, but a good summary of it.
Okay. And as far as what are the facts that you've learned that contributed to your opinion?
I guess just the facts that whether it was intentional or unintentional, I don't know, but at the same time, it was done. It was researched before it happened. Other things as far as other sexual relationships. And then just the timeline, I guess, of the events when they took place that day.
So the opinion you formed with that, I think you've stated it, but just to ask you legally, would your opinion that you have be fixed and definite?
Most likely.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
I'm gonna excuse you, but you do need to come back October 3rd at 9 in the morning. Thank you. Please. There you go. Yes, sir.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of other questions now. You'll be done for the day, thank goodness, I'm sure. I know you were asked a couple of questions when everybody was when you first came in about had you heard about the case and then whether you formed any opinion. We didn't actually ask you what it was or anything like that. We're going to follow up on a couple of those issues right now. What we have to do is legally, you're not required to just not have any knowledge about the case or not have any opinions in life or things like that. What we have to determine and what we need to know is if whatever opinions and things like that you may have had, whether if you're selected as a juror, you would render a verdict based solely on the evidence that comes out in court and then the law that the judge gives you. Put all that other stuff aside and base your decision only what's in here and based on the law the judge gives you. As a starting point, would you be able to do that?
Well, I mean, honestly, I got a niece, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I mean, I've heard about it, I've seen the case in the news before, you know,
Mhm.
and I mean, my opinion already is it's gonna be hard to change it, you know what I mean? I just wanna be honest with y'all, you know what I mean? Just, so he's got a fair trial, I just don't know how I can, you know, change that opinion, I don't know how I don't know, I already know I formed my opinion of that, I mean, I've only seen it in the news and all that, you know what I mean? But that's just how I feel at the moment, you know what I mean?
Is your opinion, what is your opinion?
I don't see how, you know, me having a niece, I don't know, I don't see how you can forget somebody, you know, your kid in the car. I would find, I mean, I see you being, you know, guilty already, you know what I mean? That's just my opinion, you know?
Okay. Well, that being your opinion, is it so fixed and definite that you wouldn't be able to listen to the evidence and follow the law?
I mean, more than likely, I mean, I wouldn't be able to, I mean, just being honest, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I just want to be able to make sure he's got a fair trial, you know what I'm saying?
I believe you stated you heard some things in the media. You heard some stuff from your family too.
Yeah, my family had heard about it, and they were talking about it, you know, when we were at the table one night, before I knew I had, you know, trial, or jury.
Okay. All right. Just one second.
All right.
All right. That's all I have.
I don't have any questions, Judge. Have a nice weekend, sir. Thank you.
I'm gonna excuse you, but can't get away from us, can you? I'm gonna excuse you, but you need to come back October 3rd at 9 in the morning. Thank you very much.
You have a good weekend.
You do
I think
too,
34 is next, John.
please. There you go.
Good afternoon. Just got a couple of questions for you based on some answers you gave early on. before we really got started. Okay, the judge asked some questions, and I think you raised your hand to a question about whether you formed an opinion, some kind of opinion about the case regarding the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, and so what we need to follow up on that is to figure out. You come into this courtroom, nobody expects you not to have certain opinions and certain information and things like that. What we have to do is determine just merely that you, if we're selected as a juror, you can put whatever opinion you had aside and render a verdict in this case just based on simply following the evidence in the courtroom and then listening to the law the judge gives and applying one to another. Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't, I'd written down, I don't think you raised your hand that you'd heard about this in the media or anything. Okay. Do you know anything about this case whatsoever? Okay. And you're shaking your head no. The court reporter's taking it down. So when.
I'm sorry. No.
All right. When you came in and you raised your hand to that, just tell me a little bit about why you raised your hand.
To which question?
The one about whether you formed an opinion in the case.
I just felt like he was guilty because he left his kid in the car.
Okay, and is
I
that
haven't heard any facts about it.
okay? And was that just based on you heard the indictment and that's what you thought?
Right.
Okay. Would you require the state to actually prove he'd done the things he's charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And that opinion that you formed right off the bat, would you put that aside and be willing to listen to only the evidence and the law the judge gives you?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated that a family member had given their opinion about something regarding the case. Did you raise your hand on
I
that?
don't think so.
Okay. Has anybody talked to you about it and giving them your opinion? Okay. There was one other thing I was going to ask you. Okay. When you had that opinion initially when they first read the indictment, was did that have anything to do specifically with this defendant, or was it generally your opinion just because of the facts read out or the allegations in the indictment?
Just the allegations.
And so, was that opinion was it fixed and definite such that you couldn't put it aside?
I could put it aside.
You could. Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay, so when the judge asked that question initially, of course, on the first day, it's kind of hectic and confusing that going on. And my recollection is you were kind of in the back.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And so what the judge had asked was, if you had formed and expressed an opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence, and you raised your hand and indicated that you had. And so we're just following up on that to make sure that you understood what the question was and we understand why you raised your hand. So I just need to ask you directly, have you formed and expressed any opinion whether or not he's guilty?
Without evidence, no.
Okay. As you sit here right now, do you have an opinion as to whether or not he's guilty?
No.
Okay. You need to hear some evidence and understand what the law is in order to form that opinion.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
One way or the other.
Yes.
Right? Are you telling us that you believe that you can do that?
Yes.
Right. Are you going to be able to follow the judge's instruction to when we start the trial to presume that he's innocent?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard that term before?
Yes.
All right. And I thought that we had some indication that you had some kind of no exposure. You had not read or heard anything about the case. Right. When you came in here, the very first thing that you ever knew about this case was literally when the judge read the charges?
Yes.
Okay. So your husband hadn't talked to you about it. You hadn't seen anything in the paper about it.
No.
Okay. And if you're chosen to be a juror in this case, would you be able to wait until you hear and see all of the evidence?
Yes.
And that's evidence from both sides, if both sides choose to present evidence. Hear it all before you make a decision.
Yes.
You would be able to do that. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to excuse you. Come back October 3rd at 9 a.m. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. All right. You wanted to talk about something in private, and so here we are. What you got?
Private?
This is as private as you're going to get, unfortunately. And that's why we're using juror numbers and things like that. So, yeah. So, all right. Tell me about it. What you want to share with us?
What reference to what?
You said something about you had an issue. You know something about neuroscience or neurology, and you wanted to share something with
I'm a
us.
seer.
Okay.
Seer is like a prophet, but
Yes,
I see
sir.
things.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord sent me on a mission about 8 years ago to start looking at the way people think.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not necessarily a brain thing, but I can spend time with somebody and see and hear, and of course the Lord's intervention also, and tell things. If I tell that in front of a bunch of people, it kind of gets goofy quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is my calling life, but God has not sent me yet, and I didn't want
Okay.
that to be public knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Because if you start out in the ministry in that field, and everybody's got preconceived notions about it, you're just pretty much through before you get started. So
Okay. So that has more to do, I guess, with spirituality and
it
through
does,
everything. Yeah.
but it's taken me into a lot. I've not actually interviewed a lot of people, but I have acknowledged the way they think, and I can. Like Criminal Minds, if you look at Criminal Minds,
Yes, sir.
these things, I operate the same kind of thing.
Okay.
He said this from a spiritual side, and we go to help people get healed of it instead of letting them run off and kill people. So
Yes, sir. And that sounds pretty intense.
It is. It's very intense. It's a lot of study, a lot of private time with the Lord, a lot of word time.
And with some of those things that you have, I mean, is it? I'm just asking. Is it stressful to you to have to deal with these things?
God, yes, man. Bad. But that's the other side that's been going on. The Lord's been working on my stress and fear and everything else.
Yes, sir.
Because it's really hard to go into a field like this and, get freaked out about it. So.
Right. I mean, it's not something you chose. So.
Yeah, no.
Now, is this something like and I have to tie it back, unfortunately, to if you were seated as a juror in this case. The things that you are dealing with, and kind of in your brain and seeing things. If you were selected as a juror, do you think that would impact your ability to consider only the evidence in this case that comes out, or would you be considering these other things?
No, I can shut it down.
Okay.
I can shut it off. I can shut it
Okay.
off. In fact, I've shut it off all week this week.
Okay.
Right now, I have no opinion over anything because I hadn't heard anything.
Okay.
Honestly,
All right.
I didn't even know what we were coming up against until I walked into the court case Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
And I've not heard anything on the news, nothing. What I've heard has just been from here. But I don't have opinion about it because I hadn't heard anything.
Okay, so you can promise to us that if you're selected as a juror, you're going to shut it off. You're not going to try to, I guess, get into our minds and see what we're thinking,
No,
trying to get in
no,
Mr.
no.
Harris's mind, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. And I know as far as is your belief system and things like that, is there any problem you would have following the law that the judge gives, if that conflicts with some of your thoughts about the law should.
You know, Romans 13 says that we're supposed to abide by the laws of the land, so I have to abide whatever the judge has told us to do.
Yes, sir.
Not because the judge told me, but because the word of God told me I had to do what the judge said to do.
Okay, great.
So, no, and I had a problem with judgment at first, but
Yeah.
then the Lord showed me that it's not a judgment on what the Bible talks about judgment. It's on evidence and stuff like that, so I have no problem whatsoever. It won't be a problem at all.
All right, great. Thank you, sir.
Just to sort of echo what Mr. Boren was saying, and to make sure I understand what you're saying, you've become aware of a spiritual gift about 8 years ago.
No, I've had the gifts my entire life.
Okay.
But I've been in training the last 8 years.
And
Actually, it's been longer. I'm sorry. The training's been about 12 years because I've gone through counseling. Started me going through counseling myself for the problems I had. And then I enjoyed it so much, I got into the counseling side of it. And the Lord has allowed me to see through my life how things work instead of a lot of Christians can get healed and just go home. The Lord's taken me through it so I can see it, and it helps me out in my training. So it actually started about 12 years ago.
you made though a secular analogy with Criminal Minds, and and so I mean, what happens there with the behavioral unit with the FBI is they're using intuition.
Right.
It's not a spiritual gift.
No, it's not. But what they're doing in that field, at least from what I've seen, is they're taking. All right, humans are set on habitual people, and we're talking. I don't know how to say this.
I don't want you to.
You can see patterns in people all along. So if this person did this way, and this way, and another kind of person's going to have the same kind of output, he's going to have the same kind of behavior in that person. So that's how they can depict people, because they've looked at things over a period of time with other patterned people.
All right. And again, to echo what Mr. Boring is saying, what all we're concerned about is this. We just want to know that you're going to be able to decide the case based on the evidence.
That's the only thing.
And I mean, so it's not a light thing to say that you're going to sort of close down or cover a spiritual gift. So that's why we're just making sure that you're going to be comfortable that you can do it. You can decide on the evidence and the law, and not some sort of a gift or intuition.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. No.
You're comfortable with that.
Yes, I do it all the time. I mean, I can shut down to God. Fortunately, it's real easy.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to excuse you until October 3rd at 9 a.m. Have a good evening. You too.
This last juror is broken down and is crying in the back hallway.
I'm not surprised. I thought that was going to happen.
Yeah, she cried on the way out, too.
Just come on down to the, keep going a little bit. Yeah, and we're gonna put you right there.
Ma'am, how are you? Not too well, I see. It's okay. Let me just ask you a couple of questions, if it's okay. You're obviously upset and crying. Is it about this case and about what's happening right now? And I'm not gonna ask you many questions. Is it about your ability to be on this jury?
But, yeah, everything.
Okay. Just tell me a little bit about what's going on and what your feelings are.
It's just, this whole week's been just a hard week.
Yes, ma'am.
I've known about the case before, and, my kids are the same age around it, and I don't know, just kinda,
Let me ask you this. It's obvious that you have some opinions about the case and about the defendant's guilt or innocence in the case. Okay. And those opinions, if you were selected as a juror, would you be able to put those aside and render a verdict based on the evidence and the law? And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what I mean. Right now, you're going to have in trouble.
I mean, I don't think, I mean, I would try, but I don't think I could.
Okay. And is that opinion that you formed, was it that he's guilty? Okay. And you don't have to be ashamed or upset about it. Do you think that you're going to have this reaction? You're sitting here right now having trouble with it. If you're selected as a juror, is your opinions and your thinking so strong on it that you think once we get into the evidence it would be even harder on you? Do you think you'd be able to give the defendant a fair trial?
I don't think I could go through it, and I don't think I could look at the pictures, and I don't think I could.
I think you understand, ma'am. Don't worry about it
I
right
mean,
there.
I can if I have to. It's sorry.
It's okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Kilgore?
Yes, ma'am, you have a nice weekend tonight.
I'm gonna excuse you. Come back October 3rd at 9. You are welcome to sit back in the jury room and take a minute to compose yourself. Are you gonna have somebody to come get you or something?
No.
Are you gonna be okay? Well, Mr. Perdue can help you, okay? I think y'all can confer now, and we'll see what next steps are. Let's just all stay put.
Bless you. Your Honor, I think we're ready.
I am too. Juror 25.
There's no motions for either, no motion from either side.
Juror 26.
I believe the defense, the motion to strike the cause, state agrees.
Okay. Consent.
I don't think there's any motions on 27.
Just a moment.
I think.
I'm not, whoa, I'm not there
Sorry,
yet. I'm making notes. Y'all have already made your notes. I've got to catch up.
Yes,
Give
ma'am.
me time. Consent strike for cause. On 26. 27, you said there are no motions?
Correct, Judge.
Bear with me. Juror 28.
I believe the defense would move on to strike Mr. Little for, Juror 28 for cause. The state has, no, we agree, consent.
Consent,
Yes, Judge.
strike, pause. Juror 29.
Your Honor, I believe the defense has a motion to strike for cause. The state opposes it, and I think there will be brief argument on that.
That's not a problem.
Your Honor, I believe the defense would have a motion to strike for cause on 30, and the state would agree consent to their motion.
Consent. Juror 31.
Same announcement. The defense would have a motion to strike for cause. State would agree.
Juror 32.
Same announcement. The defense would make a motion to strike for cause. State would agree. There are no motions from either side. No motions from either side.
36.
And Your Honor, I believe the defense would make a motion to strike for cause when the state agrees.
Argument as to juror. Sorry.
Juror 29, Judge.
Yeah, it's hiding down there on my notes. What says the defense?
Judge, this was, juror 29 did respond affirmatively to the first statutory question that he had formed an opinion. He did indicate that his opinion was that Mr. Harris was guilty. If you can recall, he had received information from a number of different sources, Jacksonville News, local, NBC, the Weather Channel, internet feed, radio, CNN. And when the state posed a question about, initially about being able to decide the case based on the evidence and the law, if you can recall, he took a very long pause, and his answer was, I think so. And I think maybe the best way to characterize sort of the way he was answering questions was is reluctant. I think he was very sincere in expressing to us his desire to do the best he could. I don't think he wants to be on this jury, but I think he was telling us that certainly he was going to try. But I'm asking the court to take a look at the totality of his answers and his unique facts as well. He did have a little more exposure to the case, but more importantly, Judge, a lot of things that he discussed there were very personal, such as he kept referring to his grandchildren. If you can recall, he's got several grandchildren. And he's got grandchildren that he is close with, spends a lot of time with, and is a caregiver for. And as he answered the questions here at the end of the day, and was expressing his hesitation, he continued to mention his grandchildren and mention his certainly his work history as well. He said, "Look, I've seen a lot of child abuse cases," and I think that just sort of added to his discomfort in being part of this jury. Again, I think he wants to be able to say that he could come in and do it, but he was just extremely hesitant. And given his circumstances, it's understandable why. So I would ask the court just to look at the sort of the totality of his background and the answers and the way he conveyed them to us, and go ahead and let him go and excuse him at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. Yes, sir.
Judge, this is flat out not a motion or a strike for cause in this case. He several times said, and I think even when Mr. Kilgore was examining him even more directly and asked him more directly questions, the juror was clear that he would put any opinion he had aside and render a verdict based solely on the evidence in the law. He was very clear about that. I think, first of all, as far as his work experience, him having seen a lot is actually probably a good thing. He's not going to be as shocked by some of this stuff. as maybe another juror would. We also can't just start saying, oh, well, they've got a grandchild or a son or a daughter, and because if we struck everybody that had a child or a granddaughter, we would not have any jurors probably. He stated that any opinion he had was not directed toward the defendant specifically. He was asked specifically what he even heard about the case. All he heard is that a child succumbed to hypothermia, that the defendant had gone to work, that he stopped at Chick-fil-A, and that he traveled down the road to his workplace, and that he thought it was a Lowe's or something like that. He had not had an opinion on the defendant's mental status, nothing toward the defendant. He has no information about anything about what the defendant was doing that day, about going to the car at lunch, or any of the other statements in play in this case. Judge, I frankly don't think this is a close call as far as a strike for cause. I think the law is clear that this juror is qualified to serve as a juror.
It's not a close question. He did pause, but to the state's questions, he said, that he would follow the law, that his opinion was not fixed, and that if he served on the jury, it would be his duty, and he would have to set his opinion aside. And upon defense questioning, it was even more clear. If on jury, I guess I will have to set aside my opinion, base my verdict on the evidence in the law. He testified he could presume the defendant's innocence. He would wait to hear all the evidence before deciding the case, and that he could do those things. Therefore, I deny the defendant's motion to strike for cause, Juror 29. All right. Well, remarkably, the end of the week is here. We've gotten through one panel, and we have, Brian, is it 21 jurors? Is it 23? We have 23 jurors to put in the pool. Anything for the state before we retire for the weekend?
No, just to remind the court, we still have that outstanding motion to compel, and if we could hear it sometime early next week.
As far as I'm concerned, we could do it right now if y'all want to.
State's fine with that.
How's the defense?
I don't know if I brought my copy of the transcript and stuff that I need.
That's fair enough. You haven't had any notice. But I don't know isn't the same as I don't have it. So do you want to look and see? See, I can parse words too. Yes, sir.
Could I just ask one thing for clarification? I have 23 qualified, maybe, counsel.
That's what,
Yeah,
yes,
23.
that's what the
Just
clerk
wanna make sure
says.
I'm all
That's
right.
what the clerk says, 23.
I've got what I need, Judge.
I don't have as clean a list as y'all do, so it's a little hard for me to know. All right, let's do it. Well, they're mixed together. We've got a motion to compel and we've got a motion to reconsider. The motion to compel was filed first. The motion to reconsider was filed second, although I think the motion to reconsider logically should be heard first because it will answer the compel.
State would agree with that, Judge.
Do you have a different opinion, Mr. Kilgore?
I think that's right, Judge.
Let's do that.
Judge, we first heard this motion back on August the 19th, the state's motion to compel. Excuse me, it's the motion to compel discovery. And if you look at paragraph 3, is where we get to what the state is really asking for here.
Paragraph 3 of your motion?
No,
or
ma'am.
Paragraph 3 of the order.
Of the state's motion to compel, the original motion that we argued on August the 19th.
Okay, I'm looking at the state's second motion to compel, and I'm looking at paragraph 3. Is that where you want me to look?
No, ma'am. The original motion.
I don't have it. Just argue, I'm familiar and I remember, and, oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Well, I get to talk over you. When
Yes,
I
ma'am.
talk, you have to quit. However, I remember it, and if I don't, I know you'll give me a copy or something along those lines. So go ahead.
Paragraph 3, in the original motion which we argued, reads as follows: that on April the 6th, 2016, defendant served the state with the name of defense witness Dr. David Diamond, along with a two-paragraph summary of Dr. Diamond's anticipated testimony when called to testify as a witness for defendant. In that two-paragraph summary, defendant notes that Dr. Diamond actually interviewed defendant at some unspecified time and day regarding the events of June 18, 2014. The state also spoke with Dr. Diamond via telephone on April 6, 2016, and during that conversation, Dr. Diamond disclosed that he had created written documentation regarding the statement defendant gave him during his work on the case. The state specifically requested, but has yet to receive any of that documentation from the defendant. What the state is asking for here, Judge, are statements of Mr. Harris purportedly made to our expert, Dr. Diamond. What they're looking for are the words of the defendant for his statement. Knowing that we did not have such information to disclose, I notified the court at the time that we argued the motion, and it was my fault not to make it more clear, make it clear at all what the law is in this regard. At that time, I simply told the court, listen, we don't have what it is that they're asking for. So that's on me, Judge. But after receiving the order, it appears to me that it would require us to turn over materials which the law would not require that we turn over. And so that's why I have filed this motion to bring to the court's attention what I failed to do in August. So let me start out by going over exactly what the law is. The code, Title 17, tells us, gives us some definitions, and they give us the definition of what a statement of a witness means. And I think to some extent we may have gone over this at the original hearing, but it could be a couple of things. A written or recorded statement or copies thereof made by the witness that is signed or otherwise adopted or approved by the witness. And Judge, I'm sorry, I'm reading from 17-16-1, -1, 2, and I just read A, all right, then 2B says, a substantially verbatim recital of an oral statement made by the witness that is recorded contemporaneously with the making of the oral statement and is contained in a stenographic, mechanical, electrical, or other recording or transcription thereof, or Part C, a summary of the substance of a statement made by a witness contained in a memorandum, report, or other type of written document, but does not include the notes or summaries made by counsel. What we neglected to go over with the court is Part 3. Part 3 says witness does not include the defendant. And of course that makes complete sense because pre-trial, certainly the defendant has a constitutional right not to incriminate himself. And so certainly there could not be a statute requiring the disclosure of his words under these circumstances. And so, I think looking merely at the definition of what a statement is and what a witness is, it's very clear what they're asking for. They are absolutely not entitled to under state law. Mr. Harris is not considered a witness under 1716. Therefore, his words they're looking for, his statement, would not be discoverable, or is not discoverable under state law. Let me give the court what the state is suggesting is this. He may have been interviewed or spoken with or made some statements to Dr. Diamond as part of Dr. Diamond's work. And so the state says, well, if any of that is in any way recorded whatsoever, well, that's a statement. And therefore, it has to be disclosed. Well, of course, the problem with that is, Judge, if our expert went into a meeting with Mr. Harris and he made a verbatim recording, actually recording him, and had possession of that recording, that being Mr. Harris's words, his statement, his words, that would not be discoverable. He would not, because under 1716.1, Mr. Harris's statement, he is not a witness under the statute. Now, I told the court in August, we don't have anything like that. Dr. Diamond doesn't have anything like that. There is no recorded statement. So by suggesting that, well, this man has now got somehow got a possession of words that were words of the defendant, that does not make that a discoverable statement. Under 1716.4, Judge, is the statutory scheme for what expert witnesses have to disclose. And we've complied with that. And I think that's just as plain as it can be. This is what's required. If there's any sort of scientific testing or mental examinations that are reduced to a report, well, we would have to turn that over. But we don't have any report. We don't have anything like that. So what we've done under the statute is we've provided them with a summary. Hey, this is the witness, and this is kind of the substance of the basis of his opinion. This is going to be, what is going to be offered, and that's what we do in all cases. Whenever we've got an expert, that's unless there's a written report, that's how we disclose that information, and because that's what's required under the statute. The state suggests, and it's I would submit to the court erroneously relied upon in the order which the state provided as well. The state says, well, got to rely on 24-7-705. We're entitled to get such a statement of the defendant pre-trial. But that's not at all the case. This isn't Title 17. This is Title 24. This is an evidence statute. And what it says is this: an expert may testify in terms of opinion or inference and give reasons therefor without first testifying to the underlying facts or data unless the court requires otherwise. Meaning this: when an expert takes the stand, he could go ahead and give his opinion first thing without even testifying as to the basis of that opinion, unless during the trial of the case the court makes him testify in advance. Makes him testify to the basis of his opinion before giving that opinion. This is a statute of trial practice, okay? But the second part of 24-7 -705 is what the state is erroneously relying on here. They say it says an expert may in any event be required to disclose the underlying facts or data on cross-examination. On cross-examination. And of course, again, it's a Title 24 evidence statute. What that speaks of is at trial. If an expert takes the stand, gives an opinion, then on cross-examination at trial, the state can cross him and compel him to disclose the underlying facts or data which support his conclusion or his opinions that he's offering. And so, the state's suggestion that, hey, he's going to have to give this information at trial, whatever it is that he may be relying on, whatever facts or data. We can cross him at trial. The statute says we can cross him at trial. Therefore, to better be able to cross him, we want it in advance. We want it pre-trial. But there is no statute in Georgia that would require that. So what have we got? Well, we've got what any expert would have. We got some notes. There is no statute that would require and compel our expert's notes, and he's not testified yet. Okay, technically he's still our agent. Now we've made them aware that he's our witness, and we've told them the substance and summary and the basis for the opinion. But there is no statute in Georgia that would require the disclosure of the expert's notes outside of what the statute says. And it does not say he's got to turn his notes over. He's got to give, if there's a written report, he's got to give that. If it's an oral report, well, we've turned over a short summary. Let me also just remind the court, there certainly is argument by Mr. Boring to the court in August. The court's aware, and as it is in their motion as well. They've interviewed him. They've had the opportunity to talk to him. They received our discovery. They talked to him. They interviewed him. If there's any additional information, that would be the way to go about doing it. But it's simply contrary to all state law to, at this juncture, require that his notes be turned over. And so based on that, Judge, we're going to ask that you reconsider this. And again, it is with my apologies that we have to be standing here hearing this on a Friday afternoon. It is my fault that this was not made very clear to the court in August. And, well, for that, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yes, sir.
To be frank, I don't know what the heck Mr. Kilgore's talking about. The state's motion in April was absolutely clear about what we were asking for and under what statutes we were asking for the money. He had months to prepare for that. In fact, they were filed before we started trial, or attempted to start trial the first time, and he was to be prepared to argue it then. So it's been 4 months. We come in to argue on August the 19th. After we have argument, you rule in the state's favor. The state asks for the order documents. The defense says, Judge, please wait, or tells us to wait. We're going to look at the judge's order. We get an order from you. I send an email. Can we have it now? Included with other stuff. Some things in the email are answered. Nothing from the defense. I send another email. Nothing from the defense. Judge, flat out, all they did was defy your order until I filed a motion to compel, and within 20 minutes they filed a motion to reconsider. The arguments are the same. The arguments are exactly the same. I will note that the state is pursuing this under 1716-4, not as a statement of the defendant. It is a statement of Dr. Diamond, his statement about in his recording documentation of his conversations with the defendant. That's flat out what we're looking for. Additionally, the defense has chosen to put Mr. Diamond on the witness list. In his short paragraph explanation of his summary of what he's going to testify about, he has said he is relying on his conversation with the defendant in his summary. It is key to what he's going to testify about. 24-7705 is not a discovery statute. However, under the case law I've cited, you have the discretion. You have the discretion to give the state an opportunity for a meaningful cross-examination. Otherwise, if we don't get it beforehand, there may be things in there if we choose to cross-examine him about that may be inadmissible, may cause a mistrial. We don't know. The case law cited in the motion allows us to do that. All that we are looking at doing, if it were required to be turned over before cross-examination, because it's going to be turned over at that time, that would be merely to, let's just say, if this was something that maybe under 1716-4 he wasn't allowed, which I think it strains credibility to say that that's not a statement of Dr. Diamond about his conversation, about the defendant's conversation with him, which he relies on. State versus Muhammad, 282, Georgia 247, 2007 case. They were discussing discovery of statements for a sentencing phase. The attack was that they're being required to turn over statements that were basically, they were being forced to turn them over too early. The court held there that they were not forcing the defendant to do anything, but basically these are things that were going to come out at trial anyway. And they also noted they aren't forcing the defendant to do anything. The defense has cited the Newman case. In that case, the state went and got statements from doctors that were not going to be called as witnesses. Sometimes, as this case holds, the defense has to make tough decisions. Are we going to call this witness or are they not? And once they decide they are, and they're on a defense witness list, and the defense expert has put out there that I relied on this, that's a whole different ballgame. All this is doing is merely accelerating the disclosure, which is going to help for a meaningful cross-examination and prevent possibly inadmissible and prejudicial information from coming before this jury. So, Judge, I would ask you to please enforce the order you have already done based on the same arguments and the same law that was argued back in August.
Well, the ruling in August was, in my opinion, a correct ruling. I've heard nothing that changes my opinion. Therefore, I deny the defendant's motion to reconsider, and I grant the state's motion to compel. And I think you need to have it to them by Monday. Each of you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just say, just in case, I know there were some things put in the defense motion about defense attorneys' opinions, things like that. We're not looking for work product of the defense attorneys or anything like that. So we don't have a problem with them redacting things and things of that nature, but we don't want to step over that route. I think it's clear what we're looking for. So if there is an issue, and the defense has an issue, I have no problem with them redacting it, and we can take it up later if we don't think it should have been redacted or something of that nature.
Well, you just invited that.
Well, Judge, I know they put in there about attorney work product, so I don't want there to be any attorney work product that they think are going to somehow, if they're going to turn it over and say that this ordered attorney work product.
I stand by what I just said, all of it.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
I need orders, and y'all need to do the motion to compel. You need to comply with the prior order by Monday. What, noon? Is that adequate?
I'll have it to the first thing Monday morning.
Okay. What is first thing, 8?
Well, I guess that depends on what time you're gonna make us come back Monday morning, Judge.
Well, when are jurors
Well,
coming?
on your clock, at 9 o'clock, they usually get the jurors in at 8:30, or they try to. So
Did they tell the jurors to come back at 8:30?
they told them to come back at 9.
Well, if they told them to come back at 9 on Monday, there's no reason for us to be here before then, because you'll have a straggler or two. We're in recess until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Everyone have a good weekend.
Your Honor.